And we're starting. Hey, it's table. And I'm getting my edge on. You can tell by the title. Alright, what is left in this guy I have to do with the normal method, which isn't much, and then in the next guy we do a completely new method. Because I am about to lose my mind. I think it's just this foot, thankfully. I've decided, after thinking on it for a bit, I am gonna switch to dry brush, highlighting these, and just going back and doing lots of cleanup with black paint. However, because all the other colors are already on this guy, we're going to finish up this guy normal, then we'll switch over to the dry brushing. Now, the important news of the day. We got confirmed to look at 2 of the new detachments, Stormlance and Vanguard. White Scars and Raven Guard. Although to me, they look like Raven Guard and Raven Guard. As you can either go Raven Guard Snipers or Raven Guard like Jump Pack with the Lightning Claws. Which honestly I have to kind of give GW a dub here because that's actually not too shabby at all. I will say, however, the Vanguard rules it did show were not that incredibly impressive to me. Cover. Okay, I know for a while I've been saying Space Marines can't get cover. They technically can, it just doesn't help you until you're facing AP -1 and then you're back to your normal save. So it really only comes into play when you're facing AP -2 or better. The -1 hit is more helpful, definitely, but still only at beyond 12 inches, which means you are stuck. If you want to get that benefit, you have to be staying far away and playing cagey with them, which I don't see that as being particularly helpful for getting to, clearing out, and defending midfield objectives. Same with the shooting bonuses. You get shooting bonuses when you're beyond 12 inches. Right, it's beyond 12 inches. Let me double check. Vanguard Spearhead. 1 CP strike from the shadows. Right, it's actually only 1 infantry. It's not even gonna get super often. Range attack that targets the enemy that's more than 12 inches away. Improve the ballistic skill and armor penetration characteristic of that attack by 1. If 1 or more enemy models are destroyed, they must take a battle shock test. It is a battle tactic, so, I mean, captains will allow you to use that twice, so that's nice. Or I guess even more times in theory. Who really gets a big benefit out of that? I mean, it's probably best off being used against chaff as against elite elite units. They're probably going to have an invuln. It's only infantry models get this bonus, so this isn't going to necessarily be on a lot of big guns. Unless you have somehow gotten your eradicators into a position where they are not as close to their targets as you would like them to be. I suppose this would help Hellblasters quite a bit, actually. Making them hit on 2s and AP neg 4 against, like I said, chaff isn't bad at all. Although, actually, it helps against vehicles, too, now I think about it. And they can do rather well at over 12 inches away. Like, they don't have rapid fire. It's just 2 shots. Okay. So, Raven Guard Hellblasters are still quite nice, in this case. Or Vanguard Hellblasters, I guess. I suppose this could also help suppressors? Then suppressors can actually be mobile? I don't know if suppressors will... Suppressors are still kind of in a weird position because they're not... Their guns are... I mean, they're autocannons. They're just... fairly rapid-firing autocannons. Like, in theory... In theory, right? This is probably meant to make... Why is my phone's Alexa's turning on? That was weird. Like, most of your bow line or pseudo bow line, like with the Phobos, a lot of the Phobos infantry, they already have heavy. So unless you're trying to get them hang on 2s on the move, this isn't actually helping them that much. They wouldn't mind the additional AP, but I mean... You could have also gone Gladius instead and just done Storm of Fire in the Devastating Doctrine. I suppose I'd have to see how more of the Vanguard rules come out to see what actual good combos there are for this. Like, Desolators would be good for this, ironically. Like, depending on what the Imperial Fists one actually gets, the Anvil Siege Force, in some regards, this is actually shaking out to be a better siege. A better siege one when actually put up against the units that you could theoretically use this on. Then it helps stealth guys. Why do I have so much phlegm going on right now? Good lord. And yeah, detachment rule is really meh, as someone that has used basically these rules for 2 editions now. Depth of Stars unit from your army. Outside 12 inches, enemies subtract 1 from the hit roll, and you get benefit of cover. So like I was saying, it only helps you if it's an AP -2 or higher, else you're in the same position as before. The subtract 1 from the hit roll is nice, but yeah, I don't know, I'd rather have something that made me stronger at this point. Because both of those rules incentivize you from being far away from the enemy. Unfortunately, however, the best way to get points right now is primarily get into the middle of the board and hold it. Like, those are the only guaranteed points, really, in a standard match. Just knocked a bunch of my paints over. Trying to fix my paint rack here. Yeah, unless it comes out with something particularly spicy, in the rest of the rules, then I'm still probably sticking with Firestorm. Now, the Stormlance Task Force, that seems pretty good. If you got a bunch of melee guys, especially the new Jump Pack Intercessors with their new rule, great. Actually, like, you want to go Raven Guard, Vanguard Vets, and Jump Pack Assault Intercessors, and anyone else with some kind of melee weapon. Terminator Assault Squad. This is your go-to. Like, you want to do Shrike and Shrike's Wing. Here you go. Everyone gets advance or fall back in charge. Advance in charge, fall back in charge. And the Jump Pack Intercessors have Hammer of Wrath, which was one of my favorite stratagems in 9th edition, honestly. Because I had a huge 10-man Vanguard Vet squad. So each time this unit ends a charge move, select one enemy unit with an engagement range on it. Then roll 1d6 for each model in this unit that is within engagement range of that enemy unit. For each 4 plus, that enemy unit suffers 1 mortal wound. In theory, depending on how all the leadership rules are, that means you could get up to 12 dice. You know, we have the Jump Pack Captain. You also have Shrike. That will almost certainly get an update to be able to use this. And then 10 Jump Pack Intercessors. They're, maybe a Jump Pack Lieutenant. I don't know. We don't know what the new character rules are. But in theory, because some of them allow you to stack multiple, especially like officers, like lieutenants and captains and stuff like that, you could get up to 12 miles. So 12 4-ups for a mortal wound apiece. Basically every turn, because every turn you can fall back and charge into them. And it's just basically for free. It just comes to you. Honestly, it means that Jump Pack Intercessors, depending on their pointage, are probably going to be really good. I'm getting pinged on Discord. Why? I just realized I'm not. Speaking of Discord, I'm not in my own Discord stream chat. Good job on me. There we go. Cool. Alright, anyway. The CP we got with him, or the CP, the stratagem, jeez, all the terms. When swift evasion is a strategic ploy, you will not be able to double up on this with a captain. Or any other rules that do that kind of thing. Your opponent's movement phase just after enemy unit makes a normal, advance, or fall back move. You can target one Adeptus Astartes unit from your army. Just start his unit, so anything, vehicle, walker, whatever, that's within 9 inches of that enemy unit. You can make a normal move of up to 6 inches. You cannot select a unit that's within engagement range of one or more enemy units. So you can There's a lot of weird shenanigans with this. I'm trying to figure out if there is a benefit to the idea of using this and then using Overwatch. Can't really think of it. You're already within 9 inches, so you're already within melter range. There aren't that many 6-inch guns, and the ones that I can't think of are not relevant. They must have just pistols. That's not going to do anything. Is normal move of up to 6 inches. So I can see it mostly being used to just get out of dodge and get them out of charge range. Yeah, I mean, they actually even say it. When swift evasion. Space Marines are loath to be brought into combat on any other's terms, especially warriors of Stormland task forces whose battlefield tactics revolve around speed and precise, ferocious assaults. So yeah, it's basically like, oh, they're trying to roll up on whatever it is you're doing. And just like, nope. Because unless they got within 6 inches of you in that move, you're going to be getting out of charge range. I can see this as being really good for, like, say, aggressors who really want to, be engaging on their own terms. You know, next character that I do with Purity Seals on it, I'm doing some nice scroll work. I realize I have gotten lazy and content with just doing very basic script work on these. What am I gonna do on the main scroll here? It's tough because it wants to be a very specific length. What could I actually fit on there? I kind of want to try to fit Finalis on there. F-I-N-A-L-I-S. N-A-L. If I could go small enough, I probably could get away with it. I don't know if I'm feeling that awake to try something that precise. I might even just save that for another stream, to be totally honest with you. I will say, I think I've some spots I did not highlight, or didn't highlight well enough. Yeah, hopefully a new lens comes in tomorrow, because I'm not super liking the camera quality on the actual painting right now either. There's also a valid question, is when do I start up the idol video? I do have something potentially interesting. I found this 10-minute video by... just by again. Novera Media. Sociopath businessman tells the truth about capitalism. I have not ever seen this channel before, but it popped up with someone else looking at it on my feed. Thought it sounded interesting. Pop it there. Alright. See what this is about.
The last few years haven't been easy on anyone. First, we had a once-in-a-century pandemic, then a war in Europe fueled inflation everywhere. But according to one wealthy businessman, the workers of the world have got it too easy.
I think the problem that we've had is that we have people decided they didn't really want to work so much anymore through COVID, and that has had a massive issue on productivity. Tradies have definitely pulled back on productivity. They have been paid a lot to do not too much in the last few years, and we need to see that change. We need to see unemployment rise. Unemployment has to jump 40, 50% in my view. We need to see pain in the economy. We need to remind people that they work for the employer, not the other way around. I mean, there's been a systematic change where employees feel the employer is extremely lucky to have them, as opposed to the other way around. So it's a dynamic that has to change. We've got to kill that attitude, and that has to come through hurting the economy, which is what the whole global, the world is trying to do. The governments around the world are trying to increase unemployment to get that to some sort of normality. And we're seeing it. I think every employer now is seeing it. I mean, there is definitely massive layoffs going off. People might not be talking about it, but people are definitely laying people off, and we're starting to see less arrogance in the employment market, and that has to continue because that will cascade across the cost balance.
That was Australian millionaire property developer Tim Gurner speaking to a conference for investors. Now, it was pretty shocking and it's gone viral. Lots of people saying he comes across as a complete sociopath, which I think he does. I'm actually quite appreciative, though, that he said that, because I do think he is essentially articulating what is the dominant consensus among policymakers in the capitalist world, right? And it's especially interesting because he was basically repeating verbatim a theory put forward by one of the 20th century's most influential leftist economists. So there's a guy called Michał Kalecki. He was a Polish economist and a contemporary of John Maynard Keynes, but he was more skeptical of the promise of capitalism than John Maynard Keynes. So Keynes, he believed that smart governments could manage capitalism so that full employment would be maintained and inflation would be kept low. And so you could have harmony between capitalists and workers, essentially. You could make capitalism work for everyone. Keynes was a big supporter of things such as the New Deal under FDR. So you sort of pump money into the economy to maintain full employment. Businesses still make profits. Workers are getting decent wages. Unemployment is low. Everyone's happy. That was Keynes' idea. I mean, I'm probably, to some degree simplifying it, but that's the long and short of it. Kalecki, though, disagreed. He doubted that capitalists would ever accept this deal. Now, in his classic 1943 essay, Political Aspects of Full Employment, Kalecki wrote this: full employment would cause social and political changes which would give a new impetus to the opposition of the business leaders. The sack would cease to play its role as a disciplinary measure. The social position of the boss would be undermined, and the self-assurance and class consciousness of the working class would grow. Discipline in the factories and political stability are more appreciated than profits by business leaders. Their class instinct tells them that lasting full employment is unsound from their point of view, and that unemployment is an integral part of the normal capitalist system. So Kalecki there is saying that while full employment might be technically possible within capitalism, so that's the sort of Keynes line, the politics of it won't work. And that's because bosses need to be able to control their workers, and they can only control them with the threat of unemployment and ultimately the threat of poverty. Now, if you threaten your worker with unemployment, but you've got quite generous unemployment payments, then yeah, that's not going to be a particularly effective disciplining mechanism. But if you threaten your workers with unemployment and also you have low unemployment benefits, then yeah, they are going to find it a little bit scary to stand up to you, right? So basically you want to put workers in a vulnerable, in a precarious situation, precisely so they don't get ideas above their station. Precisely so they have to listen to the boss and not speak back. And it's for that reason, not necessarily because of technocratic reasons such as inflation. So often you'll hear sort of there's this trade-off between inflation and unemployment, and that's why we can't have full employment, or we can't have employment to a very high level all the time. What Kalecki is saying is it hasn't really got anything to do with a technocratic issue about inflation. What it's got to do with is politics. It's got to do with power. It's about the power of the employer vis-a-vis the worker. And that's why under capitalism, you'll always have precarity because they need it. Now, Rivka, I've always loved Kalecki's theories, and that property investor, to me, lots of people criticizing him, but to me, he's demonstrated the logic of Kalecki better than any leftist academic might be able to. And for that, I'm somewhat grateful to him.
It's interesting that there's been so much outrage at his comments. It's a mask-off moment. They expose the way in which capitalism normally operates. But it kind of, in a way, shows how much faith people put in the system day to day. That it's only at these moments when some random Australian dude with like a massive forehead kind of just lays out how the system works that people are so aghast. But I think what's interesting is this came up actually a couple of weeks ago. I think when I was on the show, when we talked about the statistic that half of renters, or more than half of renters in the UK at the moment, are one paycheck away from homelessness. And I argued, and I would argue all the more so in relation to this clip, that that's by design. The Tories want a housing crisis where we are all on the verge of homelessness, because that disciplines the workforce and that disciplines private renters incredibly effectively. Because if we're constantly, lying awake at night, worried that we might be made homeless or redundant or be fired, then we're not going to ask for a pay rise. We're not going to ask for a rent reduction. It works fantastically well. I mean, Kalecki has theorized this tremendously well, and I think it's really interesting, some of the stuff you've quoted there. But it's also like Marx. Marx laid out the fact that integral to capitalism was this idea of surplus, or what he called reserve humanity, people that capitalism didn't need within the workforce itself, but did need in order to discipline the working class. I mean, he argued that they were part of the working class, but also kind of like almost a shadow working class there in the background to remind you that this is what you could be if you don't get on with your work, and if you try and ask for more. I was actually reminded of a conversation that I had with a family member recently. We were in central London and we walked past a homeless man. We kind of had a discussion about whether there should be homelessness in the UK and whether we should try and alleviate it by giving people money. And she was arguing, if we didn't have, what would be the point of wanting to have if there weren't any have-nots? And I think that's exactly, she had internalized the logic of capitalism. She was effectively saying, it works on me. There being people in society who are marginalized, who are unemployed, who are homeless, makes me afraid enough to work harder. And so in a way, what Tim Gurner's saying is exactly correct. This is integral to the function of capitalism, that there's a surplus section of humanity that's there in the shadows waiting as a kind of grim reminder of what happens if you try and unionize, if you try and do a rent strike, if you try and organize for any kind of people power. But it's worth remembering that whilst this guy is getting a lot of heat on Twitter, this is exactly what central banks and the Bank of England is saying that it's doing. The Australian Reserve Bank, for example, has recently said that it wants more unemployment. The Bank of England raising interest rates is in part to encourage a squeeze on demand, including in the labour force, that will create more unemployment. Our governments are claim to think of unemployment as some great social ill that needs eliminating. But in truth, if there weren't any people unemployed in society, the system wouldn't work. And so they intentionally encourage and create unemployment in order to discipline us who are in the workforce.
It's worth noting this isn't the first time that property developer Tim Gurner has caused controversy with comments which sound wildly out of touch and somewhat sociopathic, even if they do just reflect the real interests of capital. In 2017, he told a reporter this.
We are coming into a new reality where first home buyers, second home buyers, and a lot of people won't own a house in their lifetime. That is just the reality of where we're going.
So you think that young people have now got the prospect of never owning a home?
Absolutely, when you're spending $40 a day on smashed avocado and coffees and not working. Of course, absolutely.
Now, I looked at the average price of an apartment in Melbourne. It's about 800,000 Australian dollars. To afford that, you'd have to save $40 every day for 55 years. So that is not a good strategy to get on the housing market. And of course, that's assuming that there are actually people paying $40 a day for avocado on toast and coffee, which seems a little bit implausible to me. Of course, Tim Gurner has less need to save for his first house because, you guessed it, Gurner got on the property ladder with loans from his boss, who also happened to be his grandfather. So this is who we're taking financial advice from. Everyone else needs to get a little bit poorer and a little bit more desperate, so they work harder for their bosses. This guy gets to get on the property ladder by borrowing money from his granddad.
Okay, so, man, there's a lot I want to hit here. Okay, first off, man, does does like just like the left, like the way left, right? I'm not even just talking about liberals. I'm talking about like leftists and socialists and communists. They function so hard off it feels like they see humans as fearful and weak and requiring to be taken care of. And they're so neurotic and anxious. And I think that's a big part of why socialistic and capitalistic, or not, sorry, socialistic and communistic movements end up turning into autocratic tyranny so often. I'm starting to think it's not even the nature of, it's not even necessarily, I should say, it's not necessarily the nature of the political ideology in and of itself all the time. I think what's more often the case is that the people that truly believe in this are too weak. They're too, to use older terms, too spineless to actually hold on to power once they have it. And so even if it's very early on in a lot of these movements, you know, you have like they finally get power, and the strongest one of them does a purge. And he's not there because he actually is trying to take care of all of the proletariat or whatever. He's there because they gave him power. It was a road to power. They're just they think that the employer-employee relationship is one based entirely on fear of losing one's job. Okay, let me put it this way. Actually, I said this yesterday. The value of any employee and what your wage is based upon is the result of calculating your replaceability. The more replaceable you are, the more people that can and are willing to do the job you are doing, the less money you will make. It is the specialists and the people willing to do extremely hard jobs that by and large make more money by wages specifically. So like if you want to just have a job and make a lot of money, the road is actually very straightforward. Pick a skill you have any level of interest or capability in learning that is specialized. Like find as specialized of a skill as you can get and become good at it and be willing to do that job and then throw yourself out there. That's why tech jobs usually pay very well. They're very complicated. It's the main way I make money right now. I'm a programmer in web developments. And a way to make a lot of money in that is to be able to make very complicated stuff because, I mean, not everyone can make very complicated websites. And the more complicated you get, the more money you can ask and be given that. If you don't care about the job part and the job security part of it, then skip entirely and go for assets and just focus on making money. If you just want to make money, buy assets. I'm trying it right now. But if it's security you're looking for, if you're trying to get job security, that's the thing you care about. You're not doing a job because you're passionate about it, or you're not trying to get into business to do business, whatever. Like, you just want the money to pay the bills and be comfortable and get a high level of specialization in something and then find the people that need that skill set. That's what it is. That's all it is. The reason that if you're working at Wendy's, you're not making a lot of money at Wendy's because anyone can work Wendy's. Anyone with more than like an 85 IQ on the planet can work a Wendy's. That's why you don't make any money there. If it's easy to get the job, easy to keep the job, you're not going to make a lot of money. That's how it works. The firing people thing, it's not about keeping the employees in line. It's just if you don't do the job that will continue to grow the company, we're not going to keep you. I mean, this guy seems to be mostly at least from the sound of it, seems to be mostly a property owner. So that probably does not come up nearly as much. Yeah, it's not about keeping the employees in line. It's just, are they doing their job or not? That's it. Are they doing it? Yes. And by doing it, I mean they're doing it in a manner that meets, the expectations of what's necessary to keep the business successful and growing. There you go. That's the only thing that should actually matter. If you mess something up in there, then yeah, now we have a problem. Which, by the way, I am totally for the whole, like, quiet quitting thing, which is really just doing your job description. You should always be doing exactly whatever your job description is. Because that's what you got hired to do. You got hired to do that specific thing. That's it. That's what you do. If your employer wants you to do more, you ask for more money. Yeah, here's how I see it as a capitalist. As a capitalist that is a freelance, that has been self-employed for years, has worked in retail and blue collar, has started a bunch of businesses, has studied this a lot. Here's how I view it. It's a balancing act between the two. And the more upfront and fearless both of them are, the better that balance is. Be upfront, say what you want, and if that business relationship doesn't work, you go somewhere else. That's it. In the same way, in the same vein that your low-paying job is more replaceable, that means your low-paying employer is more replaceable as well. And the thing is, the less replaceable you get, sure, your employer is less replaceable, but your employer is much more likely to treat you way better and pay you, I guess, obviously pay you way more because you're not replaceable either. Both sides of the equation need to be aware of this interaction on replaceability. It's not about fear. You don't want fearful employees. Fearful employees aren't nearly as productive as inspired employees. You want employees that do their job well? You get employers so happy that they're going above and beyond because they want to. I keep grabbing more gray. I don't need more gray. I need more black. So yeah, this guy comes off like a sociopath because it is sociopathic. It's not. It is unhinged, and it's based off unhinged theories. Like this guy probably literally read that same guy. That's why he's basically quoting him. The reality, not the reality. looking for. The likely scenario here is not that this is a capital owner masking off capitalism. That's because this does not seem to be how it works from where I sit. At least not in the by and large when you really boil it down. This is more likely just a rich guy that's read a lot of literature and has bought into the leftist side of said literature. He's not. They just went over how this guy did not actually get himself to where he is. This guy is not a capitalist. He's basically a kid that got given a bunch of property by his grandfather. He is inherited money. An actual capitalist would know, like an actual business owner would actually know how this interaction works, and this is not it. But people are jumping on it because it's confirmation bias. This is hard confirmation bias. Is my take. So yeah, this guy is a sociopath. He is unhinged, and he's saying unhinged things. Shocker. And it's scary for these leftists, because like I was saying, they're working from a place of neuroticism and fear and anxiety, because they're concerned about people ending up in bad situations. They think people operate off fear, that the only reason people would want more, that they want to be the haves, is so that they aren't the have-nots. Have you considered the other side of the coin? Maybe I can be fine with having not. I've been there, actually. I've spent quite a bit of time in a have-not. In some ways, I am still in the have-not. It's not even necessarily that I don't want to be in the have-not situation anymore. And that's part of it, but that's not nearly the bulk of it. It's that I want to have. I am ambitious. And I am unflinching in my pursuit to have. But if people are going to make bad decisions, then yeah, they're going to have bad results. And it doesn't matter how much money we throw at them, or how secure we make the jobs, or how, it will literally just put these people in houses. Some people can't, just can't be helped. There are people that will literally refuse to live in the rest of society, where it's mental problems or just a personality difference. I've known some of them. They just want to go live out in the woods like a hunter-trapper of like ancient days and just never interact with civilization. Some of them are like that. Now, the ones of those that are smart usually end up actually out in the woods and we just never hear about them. But there's also people that just, for some reason, want to be super angry at society and not play the game at all. And they end up on the streets and want to stay, and effectively want to stay on the streets. They may not say it, but that's how all of their actions and interactions spell out, basically. And yeah, if you think, oh, why would anyone want to live out in the street? That seems crazy. Yeah, a lot of people want things that are bad for them. That's actually quite normal. Some people want to be in pain. emotional and physical masochism is a thing. They want to be. I've been there, wanting to be depressed, because depressed makes you feel good in a sick, roundabout, indirect way, and it's so weird, and it can straight up kill you indirectly. Victim mentality, basically. So yeah, you're never gonna actually get full employment. That's not gonna happen. In theory, it could happen mechanically, but it's not gonna happen because of humans. That I am fine with, honestly. You're not gonna have full employment. You're never you're never gonna have full employment. You're never not gonna have poor people. You're never not gonna have homeless people, because people are gonna be people, and some people are crazy, just straight up. They're they're crazy. And I don't know if we're going, in theory, right? In theory, we get technology far enough that we can just reprogram people with, why does my Alexis keep turning on? Listen, am I cracking the system so hard, Apple? Good lord. I didn't even realize I still had that on, by the way. It's turned on twice now since I've been talking for the first time in, I don't even know the last time I saw it turning on. I turned it off. I'm cracking the Matrix! Okay, anyway. They're turning the frogs gay! I didn't even say the whole thing. I'm cracking up. No. It's... Oh. No. A lot of this is systematic, but it's not systematic because people are designing systems. A lot of stuff is systematic because that's just how, like, reality kind of works. It's how humans just, do it. Man, I'm on a roll. I'm retitling everything. I wanted to be snarky initially, but I'm just renaming everything ranting about capitalism because that's where we're at. Okay. So yeah, it's not about keeping your employees in fear. That's, like, if your employees could be in fear because they've decided to be in fear, but they should not be making decisions, like working, like doing what you tell them to do, because they're in fear of you, firing them. If they are aware of, okay, here we go. If they can be aware of how the interaction between employer and employee is, the calculations there, how that actually works, and that they have decided to, okay, now I have all my stuff set, caught back up. Okay. Now I can more or less make it, and there we go. Okay. We can get people aware of how the actual calculations and interactions between employer and employee functions. No one should be operating out of fear. They should be operating out of self-interest. The employer has the self-interest of trying to make as much money while spending as little money as they can. And that actually does not mean directly spending less money on his employees. There's like a bell curve. It's a lot like the taxation bell curve. There's a bell curve graph you can find on taxation where they have calculated out that to maximize your taxes is not to tax at 100%. Depending on the culture and the economy, there's this bell curve where after you hit a certain point, and I think it's around like 60% taxation, and no matter what your culture is, what your economy is, you're going to start actually losing uh, tax revenue and eventually hit the point of straight up armed revolt and revolution because your people are overtaxed. So it is not the optimized route of paying your employees nothing is the least amount of payment. In fact, because of how productivity works and how within a capitalistic society, uh, employees potentially being aware of their ability to simply go somewhere else, like to their competitor, there is a, in addition to like, yeah, their day-to-day productivity, there is a significant increase in your income that offsets the pay you're giving them when you're paying them a certain amount. Now, of course, what that bell graph looks like, it changes for the exact numbers hugely depending on a huge number of factors. What industry you're in, what position we're talking about, yada yada. That's for every single individual employer is to figure out is what is their bell curve of wages offered. While the employee, they need to figure out and realize that the company that is employing them is not a country that they are a citizen of. Okay, it's really hard to expatriate, right? In fact, some countries straight up don't allow you to expatriate. You are not, or even leave, like North Korea. You are not even allowed to leave the country. Okay, that's why the way we interact with governments is different than how we interact with businesses. Generally speaking, in a lot of situations, is because companies, by and large, are not allowed to come hunt you down and then throw you in either a cage or shoot you. That's illegal. A lot of countries are allowed to do that. So that's the difference. Now with companies, you can just leave them. You can leave them as an employee. You can technically leave them without even necessarily doing any of the correct paperwork. You know, like this happened all the time back when I worked retail. People would just walk out, sometimes in the middle of their shift, and we'd never see them again. And you can do that. It's not smiled on, and might come up to affect your interactions later because people might do the research into your job history, but you can theoretically do that, and you will not be directly harmed for it. But unless you have signed a specific contract saying that they get to come after you for, say, damages for breach of contract, in which case, you know, the same advice comes that I'm about to say in a minute anyway, comes into play. You can quit your job anytime you want. And you can, while you're even working for that job, look into their competitors and find a better one before you leave, before anyone starts thinking that, oh, well, if I leave my job, I'll be making no money, and then what am I going to do then? I got bills to pay, man. Yeah, you look for a job while you still work in the current one. But as far as like the contracts go, and this goes for any, like your employment contract that you sign regardless of where you're working at, read your contract, know your terms, and negotiate your pay. If you think you're not getting paid enough, even after you get hired, if you really think that you are worth more money than you are getting paid, or you even just want more, build a case as to why you should be paid more, and then take it up with your boss. Go right to your boss and be like, hey, guess what, dude? I do X, Y, Z, and I got alternate employers A, B, and C, and here are some of the offers. I even asked them. I asked them how much they would pay me if I did the same X, Y, Z, and here's their here's their offers. Here's my counter offer. I want you to pay me X amount, and if you don't, that's fine. No bad blood. but I'm going to leave and then go to company B because they had the best counteroffer. And that's the next best to the number that I'm asking for. And there you go. You have put yourself in a win-win situation, because worst thing they could possibly do to you at that point is fire you, and then you just go over to company B. That's how you're supposed to do it. You should never be in fear for your job. If you are in fear for your job, then that means that you are either screwing up, or you already screwed up by getting a bad employer, or you are not properly preparing yourself within the greater job market. And yes, I have done this myself. Actually, the last job I had, the last normal employment job I held, was as an electrician. I was a fire technician, so I installed and maintained fire alarms, as well as general security alarms and business intranet data. So like the internal wiring to create like corporate intranet, which just means internal internet. So like they have their own private network basically. And I was very underpaid. And as soon as I found another opportunity, in this case it was my ex starting her own business, and she wanted me to come with her to do that, I was like, okay, let me go to my boss. I'm gonna say, all right, listen, I need to be paid this much, or I'm leaving because I have this other opportunity. He couldn't do it. He didn't even really have the option. He knew the numbers better than I did, but I knew what I needed to continue to work for him. He didn't have it, so I left, and I've not been normally employed since. I've managed to go. Let's see. I was 22 at the time. I'm 29, so I've gone 7 years managing to remain self-employed, one way or another. And I am now beginning to make a pretty decent sum of money, and only getting better. And now my primary focus is getting to the point where I can be streaming full-time now that I've started doing this. So yeah, neither party should ever be in a place of fear. If you are fearful, you have already screwed up. You have already screwed up in some kind of way. There is a lack of planning or skill set or understanding somewhere. Learn more, become more capable, or talk to the right people. So yeah, no wonder this guy sounds unhinged. He is unhinged. He might be sociopathic, or he may just also not understand. But neither does anyone else that has spoken in this video, good lord. And that's how I turn a 10-minute video into a 40-minute rant. Anyway. On that same topic, actually, I'd only gotten like a minute in. It's like the actual conversation, but I was definitely watching a video of Hassan in a tanky podcast. I'm like, this can only be interesting. If any of you thought Novera Media's takes were good or entertaining, go ahead and check him out, them out, what have you. Is it in?
Ideologically, I just mean.
Okay, let me go back to beginning of the actual podcast part. There's some like just cinematic intro stuff.
On Tanky Podcast, what is this? I remember watching the show, which was the U.S. elections a few years ago through your stream, and I remember it peaking at like over 200,000 like consecutive viewers at some point.
Wow.
And those are not rookie numbers, baby. Those are like CNN, Fox News numbers. And you know, you're just a guy and the skeleton crew of editors and managers. So like, is the traditional media, as cliche as it is, dying? Why is the obvious answer yes?
Skeleton crew of, I mean, you also have to kind of consider the entire people working the infrastructure of Twitch to make that work as well, right?
True.
Like, don't they kind of get some credit there?
And what do you think, you know, the future of political / news coverage will look like? Because, you know, a guy in a suit staring at a camera and reading off of a teleprompter is probably not it.
I don't know where the future of media will go. In many respects, what I do is actually not all that different than what like right-wing AM radio broadcasters would do and have been doing and will continue to do for many, many years probably.
Is that because you are super capitalistic in reality and how you present yourself? You're not socialistic at all. You just talk about socialism. Like you're Hassan. Man, I have nothing but antipathy for this man. He is people can talk about how some other people might be grifters. I've heard people, I mean, Alex Jones is one that comes quickly to mind. I've also heard people talking about just Pearly Things, which I can't tell. Maybe, possibly. I don't think she started that way. I think she kind of turned into it. I don't even know if she is aware that she has become a grifter. But yeah, jeez, Hassan though is like a whole nother animal. He is he's the biggest political streamer. He is swimming in money and has a super lavish lifestyle, despite what he might tell you. He shows you his crazy lifestyle all the time. But he wants to talk about socialism because of the evils of capitalism. Like, really? Really, Hassan?
I mean, I am probably closer to a Rush Limbaugh.
What?
I am probably closer to a Rush Limbaugh, rest in piss, than like a Jon Stewart, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not speaking ideal.
That's because Jon Stewart's actually entertaining. That's the difference. That's why Hassan's not as much like Jon Stewart. Jon Stewart's actually entertaining. That's why.
Logically, I just mean, content-wise, or maybe even rhetoric-wise, honestly. I mean, he is a dishonest pervert, pill junkie who died of brain cancer, but, ultimately he was doing off-the-cuff analysis from a reactionary perspective and was cutting a shitload of propaganda very successfully. And that off-the-cuff, non-stop content style has been around for a while, and I think I am doing something similar to that with my channel. The only component that is different than what has come prior to this is what this medium allows me to do is speak to people directly and immediately with real-time feedback. And there has never been in the history of commentary, content, whatever you want to call it, there has never been a medium that allows you to get real-time feedback from an entire audience, a stadium full of people.
Yeah,
I go live every day to 30,000, 40,000 people. If it's something that's relevant happening in the news, like Donald Trump getting arraigned, 60,000 people, and every single person has the opportunity to basically write something and have me in front of 60,000 people read it out and respond to it. And I think that's what makes my content very unique. I think that is what is really truly interesting about this, is that like that's why the de-radicalization stuff works well, in my opinion. Well, not de-radicalization, or radicalization stuff works well, in my opinion, on the medium that I'm in.
I'm gonna call that a Freudian slip right there. I'm gonna call that a Freudian slip. Oh man. I feel like if someone wants to get turned off to socialism super easy and quickly, watch us on. Although I don't know if you got into here's the thing, I have never in my life been a proponent to socialism, so maybe I just don't get it. Maybe I just don't understand the emotional place you have to be in to end up socialist. And it is an emotional state. I can't see how you'd get there logically. Because the entire system is based off of people feel bad. That's why they're trying to do the things they're trying to do, is because some people are feeling bad. Without realizing that a lot of them that are feeling bad, not all of them, but a lot of them, are feeling bad because they were doing bad. Yes, you can call me victim blaming if you want. Absolutely. We can just disagree on to what victim means in this context. How about that? I don't see them as victims. Like the ones I was talking about earlier, that due to their own victim mentality, their own emotional masochism, they have put themselves in a precarious economic situation, and now they're trying to deal with it. I'm getting pinged on Discord again. Why? Oh. What? I feel like that question of the day is a troll. Anyway. Very confused.
Like picking people and moving them away from right-wing politics, reactionary politics, the alt-right pipeline, if you want to call it that. The way I'm able to do that is because I know the most effective talking points, I know the most effective counters, and I can...
Wait. The right-wingers are the reactionary? I mean, some of them are. Absolutely. Some of them are, and in some really stupid ways. Like the white genocide. That's reactionary in a really stupid way. But you're going to tell me the left is not reactionary? The entire reason socialism as a concept showed up was as a counter and response to capitalism. It's by definition reactionary. It is, we have capitalism. Now we have to make it better by reinventing half of it. Except not really, because they don't know how they want to actually change it. At least not fundamentally. They say that fundamentally there's a problem, but you ask a lot of them what they want to do about it, and most of it does not change the actual capitalistic aspects of it whatsoever.
I can do that by...
In which case, what? And I've even run into some people that say, oh, well, that's what Marx said. Marx said capitalism is great. It just needs some changes. Well, why do you keep trying to say capitalism's evil and then we need to embrace socialism? If it's just a more refined version of capitalism. Or at least that's what they tell me, anyway. I don't get it.
Talking to people, and others with similar perspectives can get and develop a different opinion on these subjects in real time.
Basically, what Hassan is saying is that he should pay his chat, because thanks to chat, the show is actually.
Yeah.
But it's pretty incredible that people like us, have found a model in which we get to like put food on our table while we spread our ideas and trick the market into quite literally allowing us to grow bigger and faster by the month, so that we can proliferate more and more anti-capitalist rhetoric. The capitalist will sell us the very rope we will hang them with, blah, blah, blah. And some have been, and I proudly say deservingly, super successful at this model, such as yourselves.
What's going on in San Francisco tomorrow? The Manifold Conference.
Such as JT as well, such as one day this podcast, or to an extent even now, or like fucking insanely big shit like Chapo Trap House and others. Again, continuing in the line of aesthetization and all of this. I remember watching the shit show, which was the U.S. elections a few years ago through.
That fight is purely fought on aesthetic grounds.
Hey Destiny, what's going on in SF tomorrow? Also appreciate the content. Very nice. Keep it up.
It's crazy. I mean, there are some people online who, like you said, Akeem, take this way, way too seriously. Like I tweeted out, I was complaining, I was looking for a new camera for my on-location stuff. And I tweeted my complaints about it. Like, I'm just complaining about Canon specs. And this person in the comments shows up, why aren't you building the revolution? I feel like you and Hassan could pool your resources and viewers together. I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm a guy with a laptop, and internet connection, and some opinions. What do you want me to do?
Oh, it's so crazy, the difference in perspective we have on this. Not to self-flagellate too much,
but like I feel like I owe a little bit to the world in terms of like my political thoughts. Like if I have certain political thoughts, I feel like I kind of owe it to do something with them, right? Otherwise, what are you doing at the end of the day? If you're not trying to propagate your ideas, or you're not trying to, whether it's canvassing or doing whatever for political candidates, like I feel like you kind of owe it to the world, at least a little bit. The idea that these guys, their minds run to the exact opposite direction, like, well, who am I? What could I possibly ever, like, what do you mean, who are you? Like, you guys are some of the most popular influences on the internet. What do you mean, who are you? Like, the millions of dollars that you earn every year is not motivation to do anything?
Like join an organization, join CPUSA, PSL, FRSO, whatever you want to do.
Like you guys have more collective voice than a lot of these organizations do, like just on your own. Like it's such a weird refusal to accept responsibility for anything. It's so bizarro.
Well, I mean, that's a classic of
on YouTube or Twitch or whatever. To be, the leaders
most
of
of
this
these
vanguard.
people.
That's just.
I'm not gonna say all of them. I'm gonna say all of them, but a lot of them, have this, like a refusal. What is that? Just an artifact. Refusal to accept personal responsibility for the problems that they themselves are pinpointing as problems, and they're not doing anything to fix it. They're just like, here's a problem, where? That's it. That's all you got. Where? And yeah, I kind of make it sound like Wario or Waluigi on purpose. It's like ironic. Isn't there, there's a whole like theory that the Mario games are secretly communist. I don't know if it's true, but it's really interesting and entertaining, the idea that Mario might be secretly communist propaganda. Not that it changes the fact that I really like the Mario games, but let's be real, it does not get more based than Super Mario Sunshine or Luigi's Mansion, for that matter. Man, now I I want to play some Mario games. Why? Okay.
Who is?
It's
My-
bizarre.
Yeah, my favorite is when someone who thinks that they're like social democrat even, but like really they're just fucking neoliberal, will come and be like, Hassan.
I'm glad that these guys are at least honest now that like sock dems to these guys are basically fascists. Like they don't pretend anymore. Remember when Hassan was initially on my stream and he pretended so much to do that sock dem bullshit when in reality he was so fucking tanky? Ugh.
Why don't you start a super PAC?
Yeah.
To like bring about socialism in America? And I'm
Yeah.
like, they're like social democrat even, but like really they're just fucking neoliberal. Will come and be like, Hassan, why don't you start a super PAC?
Yeah.
To like bring about socialism in America? And I'm like, brother, I don't think a single billionaire could even do that.
Yeah.
And that motherfucker has billions. And
So nothing? So there's just nothing? Or what is the... I like how they laugh at the idea of doing something.
Yep.
And so much.
Here's why I'm not worried about communism in America. I know some people are still like worried about communism in America. Here's why I'm not worried about it. Way too many of them are too lazy to do anything. Why everyone just interacting with the market currently is engaging and propelling capitalism. So we win by default. Or at least I win by default because I like capitalism. I want more capitalism. I don't even know necessarily what more capitalism means. I guess it's less, I want there to be lower barriers to entry on the low end. Lower, like if we can figure out and I know there's already something of a progressive tax system with businesses as is. I want it to be even less so for smaller companies. I don't even care if the big ones don't actually pay more in taxes. Good. That means they're doing it right. That means they're a smart large company because the tax code is not about punishing. The tax code is about incentivizing. It's incentivizing the people that are going to be proactive and movers and shakers to do what the government wants them to do by saying, if you do these things, we're not going to take your money. So they get big tax breaks and tax credits for stuff like employing people and managing and maintaining and expanding infrastructure for the employees to live in and drive on and travel through and do their smaller businesses, etc., because those are the thing. Because the standard wage earner is the predominant and most stable form of tax income for modern governments, because the standard wage earner doesn't have much in the way of ways to avoid it, and that's kind of on purpose. You don't have a whole lot of ways that you can actively try to lower your taxes. That's partially because the only thing you have to really offer the government directly are your taxes. You are just existing. You are in some way, you could argue you are, besides your tax, like if we removed your tax income from the equation, you are a drain on a larger company as a wage earner. If you're a wage earner, I'm sorry. Because you are using the roads, going to a job where you do a certain number of tasks that predominantly just profit your employer, and then consuming. You're a consumer. That's why we use that term. You're a consumer, not a producer. So the way that the country is able to profit off you existing is a steady tax flow. Now, a producer is someone that does things that directly enhances the capability of the country to do things and generally strengthening the economy is one. And the economy being mostly made of consumers, and again, that's stable tax income, making sure those people are continuing to produce that stable tax income is directly beneficial to the government. So the government is like, okay, if you do this, if you engage in real estate, for example, which are either going to be either places for people to live or places for people to work, if you engage in any of that, you get tax benefits if you do it correctly. If you employ people, like by being big business, and this is why there's thresholds as to how many tax credits you get off of how many people you're employed. The more people you employ, thus paying them, that they're then able to take a percentage of that money and give it directly to the government. That is also major tax credits. And this is one of several reasons why very rich people often don't pay that much in taxes, because their contribution to the government is not through their own money. It's through all of the people working for them or working out of the things they produce is how they pay their taxes. They pay their taxes in what they are already doing. So if you're looking at say the owner of Walmart, let's say, I don't know any of his actual numbers, but let's say owner of Walmart, largest employer in the world. He probably personally does not pay anything in taxes. Why? Because he has provided literally millions. He's provided the resources for millions of other people to pay taxes instead, that otherwise may not be paying taxes if they were not working for him. Or let's say landlords. Smart landlords don't pay much in taxes because their work is providing places for people to live, so that those people, now that they're living in that place, can now go out and get a job and thus pay their taxes. And that's how landlords pay their taxes and contribute to society. I don't even remember the original point. What we were originally talking. Oh yeah, no. If we're all doing those things, whatever part of it we play, capitalism and the West and liberalism is winning. We're winning already, and this is why I'm not genuinely afraid of communism taking over anytime soon, because the vast majority of the people on the ground level that vouch for socialism are like this. They don't have much in the way of a sense of personal responsibility or actual social duty or a desire to fix problems around them. Or it seems even... Sup, boop? Yeah, it's a very quiet night. I'm guessing because I start streaming like hours later than I normally do. Also, I'm also streaming on 4 different platforms right now, so that's also part of it. That's why you see the YouTube icon. How many are watching me on Rumble? That's usually my best platform. I haven't even checked. I usually go by how many people are chatting. 4 there. Couple on DLive, couple on Kick. Just seeing us yesterday, we had like 7 people just in chat. Yesterday was popping. Also, I was streaming for how many hours by this point yesterday? I was streaming for like 6 hours by this point yesterday. Yeah, that makes sense. How you doing, Boop? Yeah, that was my general point on that one.
Because for every billionaire that would be like, I want to bring about my own demise and destroy the way that I've been able to, accumulate capital, right? For every billionaire that would even hypothetically do that, which would never happen, is laughable. There are, hundreds of billionaires that are like, absolutely not. We're going to murder you for even attempting this.
Oh my God, he's so dramatic, bro.
Billionaire that would even hypothetically do that, which would never happen, is laughable. There are, hundreds of billionaires that are like, absolutely not. We're going to murder you for even attempting this.
Oh my God, he's so dramatic, bro. You're gonna get murdered for starting a lefty super PAC? Come on.
It's a laughable notion. Again, it's like straight up trying to adopt the most liberal aesthetics, or
what is liberal aesthetics? Actually doing something? Is that liberal aesthetics? Like,
yes, I think it might be
cringe.
The most liberal solutions and completely misunderstanding how any of this stuff works.
The wildest thing I watched randomly. I usually like watch the clips. I rarely watch the live because time zones and shit. But some debate with some dude, I don't even know his fucking name, but he's big or some shit. And this guy like unironically was proposing that if you're a socialist and you're doing this content and you're generating money off of this content, and for example you want people to have free healthcare, you're supposed to like create like a company or an NGO.
Oh,
Trainwreck's announcing one of 3 upcoming projects. This is just the initial announcement, so more details coming soon of a mental health care project he is starting, and actually working with a supposed prominent organization, remains unnamed for now, and even gifting $250,000 of his own money to start the fund and project up front to help people out there in his community and hopefully other streamer communities receive some good mental health care, which God almighty, we all know that is needed by not just creators and streamers, but also the people on the internet. I think we have seen more of a struggle since the pandemic started of this than I think we've ever seen before. Beyond that, a lot of people go through things that we simply never know about. And so Trainwreck's giving back. Gotta love something like this.
And provide like healthcare for your fucking chat or your subscribers.
Yeah.
That was absolutely incredible.
I mean, like, isn't there something to be said for proof of concept creation of like co-ops and stuff for people to buy in and do healthcare? Isn't that kind of the whole point of mutual aid? These guys might be so far that they don't believe in mutual aid, or they think all of that is stupid, and they literally just sit in their bougie homes making millions of dollars waiting for the revolution, quote unquote, and then that's it.
Yeah.
I fucking love that shit. That was like a proper
it was
great
awesome,
thing to watch
but
while
like
drinking.
so many people feel that. So many people believe that.
You think so?
Yes. In America, people literally think socialism is a poverty cult. People straight up think if you're a socialist, you need to like literally live this life of austerity, and every single dollar that you generate cannot go to like any kind of.
He still can't even give the basic version of the other argument. He gives the most strawman, retarded version ever. The reason why he does this, when you give the most strawman version ever, it's because you know you're wrong. Like there's just no other way of putting it. If you cannot give even a basic version of an opponent's argument and you just say the same retarded shit over and over again, it's because you know you're wrong. You have nothing to say, and it must be. Hassan must know. He must feel weird or feel out here that he's like been outed as an imposter, basically, among us. If you can't even give the basic version of like, hey, if you're a super millionaire making millions of dollars and you're like 27 years old or whatever, maybe there's a little bit you can do to help. No, socialism is when poverty. That's when I'm poor.
I am losing my mind. How are you doing? You just missed like a 90-minute capitalism rant by me. Yeah, ready to stream no one? I feel the grind, man. It's been a super quiet night. I started pretty late today, so the big contract I've been waiting on got the green light earlier today, so it's mostly nighttime streams now, so I gotta get used to the new schedule. Am I just like idling on this guy now? Am I just This guy's basically done. I've probably been done on this guy for a while now. I'm just not paying attention. Are you putting that mana core together? Nice. Emperor's Children, I assume. That's what that means. I'm probably straight up going to do the scripting I want to do on that tomorrow. I don't feel present enough to do actual writing. Oh, Slaves of Darkness. I mean, I forgot I forgot like the AOS part. But also, like, am I wrong though? Also, they probably also have a lot of STDs. Let's be real. I have a feeling they're not big on protection. Only when playing Nurgle. There's gotta be some overlap, right? Maybe? Right, this is where... Okay, was it you I was talking to yesterday about the highlighting, about the edge, the dry brush edge highlighting? I have come to the other side now. It was actually... There's... Like an STD, you can mark Nurgle. No, I get that part. I mean, the part about them actually having STDs. Like, I mean, literal sexually transmitted diseases. Which seems more Emperor's Children to me. Glotkins do? What is a Glotkin? I would love if you described to me what a Glotkin? I just want to put so much mucus behind it. Glotkin. I'm adding L's too. I'm adding L's. Good lord, that's such a incredibly terrible name in the best way. If you in melee, you get a decease counter or a disease counter? Or is that kick messing with you again? Diseased. Disease. Would you believe that when I started painting Warhammer, it was the first time I ever, like, even held a paintbrush, and that for most of my life, I thought my art form, my inherent art form, if you will, was writing. Actually, we're gonna see if it is less of a brain freeze to repaint a bunch of these guys black than actually directly edge highlighting them. That's going to be the experiment. Klotkin. Yeah, we looked at a sociopathic property owner trying to explain how basically we need more unemployment and people need to be more slapped around by employers, financially speaking, so that because employees have become, quote, too arrogant and not being appreciative of their employers. And as a very pro-capitalist myself, I was very quick to point out that is not a capitalist. That is, and they said as much later. That is a property owner that has never really been that inherited money. Basically, he became a property owner because he was given property by his grandfather. So like He is not. He's like the rich man equivalent to like Marx. Marx made his theory because he never actually held a job. Thus, did not understand how jobs work in reality. I'm like, oh boy, everyone with the bad takes, and of course, like the left jumps right on that. Like, yeah, here's a capitalism unmasking moment. And I'm like, this guy's not even a capitalist. How many employees does this guy even have? But no, rich man says stupid thing must mean capitalism, right? Alright, so there's gonna be a lot of re-blocking of black in this, but I feel way better about that, gonna be honest, than doing any more edge highlighting. I'm so over the edge highlighting. I've done two entire Gravis suits, and I am already done. I'm out of here. Ooh. Did you see the new Space Marine reveals today? They were kinda spicy. Kinda mid, actually. They're like okay. I am getting weird texts. What? Give me a second. Okay. Right. So. Give me a second. Do. Alright, yeah, Space Marines. So Space Marines got some new reveals. Also, pop music on it. Yeah, about there. That's good. So they were showing off the new White Scars detachment. It's lurking. I'm not gonna stream until I paint it. Okay, fair enough. That's fair. Yeah. Oh, son of a. Can I not be tired? Dude, I slept so much. Like, more than I wanted to. I probably overslept. I think that was probably the problem. Yeah, they shut off the White Scars and the Raven Guard style detachments. And they're both kind of meh. White Scars are the White Scars one is kind of interesting, and actually it works well for Raven Guard too, for going lore correct Raven Guard. And they brought back basically my favorite stratagem of 9th edition, which they just made a rule for Assault Intercessors. Assault Intercessors have Hammer of Wrath. It's quite nice. The jump pack Assault Intercessors, specifically the new guys. So when they charge into something, you get to roll a die for each of the models charging in, and for each 4-up, you do a mortal wound on a unit that you target that they're in engagement with. Combine that with the Spearhead. What do you call it? No. There's Vanguard Spearhead and the Stormlance Task Force. Using the Stormlands Task Force, you get Lightning Assault as your detachment rule, which is your entire army has advantage in charge and fall back in charge. So you can just keep spamming Hammer of Wrath with the jump pack Assault Intercessors for just doing tons of mortal wounds. And I know there's a decent chance they'll change it, but what is the Vanguard with jump pack? Which is soon going to just be Vanguard Veterans. They're getting rid of the non-jump pack version. As well as the Assault Marines, which have been retired. Vanguard Veterans squad with jump packs currently has Vanguard Assault. Each time this unit ends a charge move until the end of turn, melee weapons equipped by the models this unit have the lethal hits ability. So you'll be looking at, with a full squad, 40 attacks with lethal hits. Neg 1 damage. And of course they'll have storm shields, so all those guys are on a 3-up 4. Spicy. Probably the more devastating part of that isn't even that, it's the fact that if you try to charge into them first, there's a good chance they're going to negate your setting up to charge, because there's also a new stratagem that allows, after an enemy makes a normal move, advance, or fall back within 9 inches, you can use a CP to make a normal move of up to 6 inches. So unless they ended that move within 6 inches, you can deny them charge. Effectively making them fight on your terms. And it is a... Oh no, it's a strategic ploy, so you can only use that once. So you do have to be a little careful, but you do get like one get out of jail free card per turn. Well, the Raven Guard one, while it's called Vanguard, it's Vanguard Spearhead. As usual, it does not incentivize you to use Vanguard. The Vanguard company does not, at least the stuff they showed, does not incentivize you to use Phobos units. Incentivizes you to use really big gun infantry. Actually, as usual. I think right now the best combos I've thought of are Hellblasters and Desolation Squads. As it's mostly just benefits for you to being beyond 12 inches. Which is not ideal if you want to get up into the midfield and take midfield objectives, which is the most stable supply of points. So Vanguard Spearhead gets Shadow Masters, which if your Deptus Asteri's unit, so anything, is being shot at from beyond 12 inches, you subtract 1 from the hit roll and you get cover. So it's only helping against AP 2 or better. And the -1 to hit is kind of nice, but incentivizes you to stay out of 12-inch range. So it wants you to be catty. Which means if your enemy's aggressive and takes that midfield, you going in to get it back, you're losing your benefits currently. They also have a stratagem, strike from the shadows, where you choose one Adeptus infantry unit from your army that has not been selected to shoot this phase. It is a battle tactic, so you can double up or even I think triple up on this with captains. I don't remember how like having multiple captains necessarily works in that. I have to look at the wording again, but anyway, until the end of the phase, each time a model in your unit makes a ranged attack that targets an enemy that's more than 12 inches away, improve the ballistic skill and armor penetration characteristics of that attack by 1. If one or more enemy models are destroyed as a result of those attacks, select one of those destroyed models. The destroyed models unit must take a Battle Shock test. So, in theory, the forced Battle Shock can make them lose control of the objective, but unless there's other rules that helps things up close, then you're still just not getting benefits for being up there, and Space Marines kind of need benefits right now, currently. Now, they could be changing that and not showing us that stuff yet, but currently, we need all the buffs we can get. Additionally, the things that, you know, get the most from that, like I said, are Desolation Squads and Hellblasters. So yeah, nothing changed for me really. I mean, I at least I know that when I go back doing a bunch of jump pack guys, they'll be fairly good. But I am not seeing incentives to stop building the list I currently am. Yep. I suppose it's only a few weeks away from us getting the actual book, so yeah, we'll know soon enough what's going on. I guess Devastator squads could get some help from that. I guess, like, las cannons? You get a full squad of las cannons with that, I suppose would be fairly good, because it's already pretty high strength. So you can move them and hit on 3s, or stay still, hit on 2s. You'd be at -4 at that point, which is pretty good. I think you'd still be better off with the Hell Blasters. You know who would be helped by this? The Devastator Squad Razorback combo that I've kind of been super slowly working on my off time, which has been hardly ever lately. I was setting them up with grav cannons. And what it was is that currently, this could all change. The Razorback might not even exist in the next book. I don't know. Currently, the Razorback gives a bonus. I don't remember what exactly the bonus was. I have to look back up. It gives a bonus when a squad gets out of it and then shoots at a thing that the Razorback shot at. Fire support. In your shooting phase, after this model has shot, select one enemy and scored one or more hits against this phase until the end of that phase. Each time a friendly model that disembarked from this transport this turn makes an attack that targets the enemy unit, you can re-roll the wound. So yeah, okay, so you owe the moment something to get re-rolls to hit. They would then be shooting, let's go all the way, let's say las cannons at this thing, and ideally your Razorback has twin assault cannons for 6 shots, so you're more likely to hit some. Actually, well, yeah, shooting at a thing with Oats and Moment says re-rolling hits, so 6 shots you're extremely likely to hit at that point. You'd have to roll really poorly to roll only 1s and 2s multiple times, so you're practically statistically guaranteed to hit. And then those things get re-roll wounds, so twin or cannon, right? And then you shoot with your las cannons, or I was going to do grav cannons. I was going to have a lieutenant with them, so they'd have lethal hits, re-rolling hits. Let's see. Re-rolling hits, and then they'd have hitting on, 3s. So actually not too bad. So likely to hit maybe 1 auto wound with the las cannons, maybe if you're lucky. Quite likely, if it's all grab cans, 4 grab cans, it's 12 shots. And you get extra AP. I wouldn't be able to stack that, like have that as one of the free stacks. So I couldn't necessarily do that every turn, because it's a lieutenant, not a captain, unless they change that. I mean, it's hard to calculate this. And I actually was telling someone in my local group I was trying not to calculate things based off of special abilities units had right now, because they already said that a bunch of them were changing. So yeah, it's really hard to calculate anything based off special rules. Gonna try to stream to at least 10. Man, I'm already tired. Really tired. Ugh. Alright, let's pop the Hassan nonsense back on, I think. Wake me back up.
Socialist, I have to give all my money away. Like, bro, literally nobody said that. Nobody's making this argument anywhere. I have no idea where you got this argument. I don't think I've ever in my life somebody make that argument before. But okay, chief.
Personal consumption, because that's fucked up. If you're a capitalist, you can do all of that, by the way, which I addressed in that conversation where, like, I work with labor unions in my merchandise when I make merch out here. Union manufactured, domestically manufactured products. It's already a burden. I don't want to even do it. I just do it because like people want the merchandise.
What is this weird cope? What is this weird cope?
It's already a burden. I don't want to even fucking do it. I just do it because like people want the merchandise. The margins are, non-existent almost. But it's fine.
Why not say how much you made on all of it then? How much do you make on all your merch? Just say it.
People like it, so that's why I do it. But the guy I'm talking to is like using Indonesian child labor t-shirts that he's marking up to the same price that I'm selling my fucking t-shirts at. And I turned around and I asked him that question. And he was like, "Well, I'm a capitalist,
Yeah, I get to do it."
Yeah, no, it's a ridiculous point to try to basically to say that, hey, you shouldn't be allowed any enjoyment under capitalism because those are quote unquote the fruits of capitalism. As a socialist, your, I guess, ideological outlook should be the fact that you should sleep underneath the bridge. Really.
It's crazy. I mean, there are some people online.
It's such an unbelievable. I don't know anything about this Hakeem guy, what his lifestyle is, but it's so funny that you've got 3 leftists. The optics of this, I don't know if any other political movement could survive such horrible optics. On one end, you've got you know, Twitch darling superstar millionaire, hyper capitalist, hyper consumers flying in private jets to Burning Man wearing $2,000 outfits with a ring on every single finger left is Hassan Piker, okay? Flying back and forth between his $3 million, $4 million West Hollywood house, okay? Then you've got Second Thought, who literally, what's this other, who literally runs an alternative channel where they talk about, where they test drive supercars, where somebody linked this guy's other channel. God, I don't know how to find this other channel.
I don't know anything about the other guy. That's
Second Thought?
hilarious.
Yes, people don't know this. Second Thought is another channel where they test drive and they critique supercars. I could be able to... Second Thought side channel. It's Grand Test Auto. Oh, this.
Excuse us, don't mind us, just coming through.
Just coming through in a $160,000 car that's more expensive than most houses are.
It's wild.
Hold on, I just want to hear the voice.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, what's the car saying?
Car is lowering suspension.
Nice. If you can't tell by the fancy lowering suspension automatically and the loud noises coming from behind us, we are in a very fast and
oh no, it's got to be this guy. It's got to be this guy. It's got to be this guy, I think.
expensive car today.
We are in a McLaren 570S.
Very, very excited. I have never been in a McLaren.
Neither have I. This is my first time I've ever even set foot in a McLaren. It's the first time I've ever sat down in one or been in one or touched one. It gets obscene.
It's just so funny that like these are the people that you have like representing your socialist movement while simultaneously telling you like, guys, what do you expect us to do? Like we can't, you really expect us to do anything? We can't do anything. Like Jesus Christ. Apparently Hakeem is a doctor in Iran. There you go. Well, at least Hakeem's there between his two multi-millionaire socialist friends trying to hold down their credibility.
Like you said, Hakeem, take this way, way too seriously. Like I tweeted out, I was complaining, I was looking for a new camera for my on-location stuff. And I tweeted my complaints about it. Like I'm just complaining about Canon specs. And this person in the comments shows up, why aren't you building the revolution? I feel like you and Hassan could pool your resources and viewers together. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Well, I'm a guy with...
Which is inherently, one, a mystification.
Hassan squirms and gets defensive after being asked a softball question.
That is, one of...
Destiny, watch the trailer for that channel on the Second Thought channel.
I missed a bunch of mold lines on this Slack.
If you've been on the channel for a while, you've probably heard me mention the secret project I've been working on with Joseph from Real Life Lore. Well, after almost a year of planning and shooting, we're finally ready to launch. As of right now, you can catch our new car show, Grand Test Auto, right here on YouTube.
Really? It's the Real Life Lore guy? I actually watch a ton of that guy's content.
Supercars, and of course, the Toyota Corolla. Grand Test Auto will always be free and supported by sponsors here on YouTube. But if you'd like to watch the show ad-free and see new episodes months before everybody else, you can sign up for an account on Nebula and watch Grand Test Auto along with tons of other original content from your favorite educational YouTubers.
Am I the only one confused by the irony of a channel heavily dedicated or devoted to class struggle and climate crisis awareness making a channel about testing or test driving wildly expensive and extremely wasteful vehicles?
Either way, we've had a lot of fun making this new show.
Oh, yeah. Do you remember when Two Thought... True. Two Thought defended the CO2 emissions of reviewing cars because cruise ships. I remember that. Second Thought car... Can we find that? Ah, fuck. I don't think it was... Was it this video where he brings it up specifically?
This episode is brought to you by CuriosityStream. Get free access to Nebula, our new streaming service, when you land vehicles. One such material is heavy fuel, a residual product that's left over after gasoline.
I don't remember if they... I feel like they specifically call it out in one of their videos where people complain about their reviewing cars, and then they say it was a comment on a video. It might have been a comment on a video. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to find it. But then they were like, what about cruise ships? Jesus Christ. Okay.
One of the concluding questions we can go into that you, as with a few others, already answered before I even asked them, and making my job extremely difficult here. I'm fucking with you, but that's I guess the biggest fear of what we do, to an extent, at least from my perspective, is that when we create this shit and people consume this shit, does that increase their, anti-capitalist fervor, or does it indirectly placate it? Because, they sat down today, they watched this video, they listened to the stream, they, read that blog article or whatever type of content that you...
Was it this? Oh my god, hold on, somebody found the comment. The fuck? After so many vids about climate change, you're gonna upload vids about supercars? Am I the only one who sees the hypocrisy? Do as I say, not as I do. Don't be ignorant. The 6 biggest cruise ships produce more emissions than every car on the road. Focus your anger where it counts. It's like so transparent. Bro, Sneaker was right. I need fan bases like this, okay? I need fan bases like this. Don't be ignorant. The 3 biggest Bitcoin collapses in the world cost more wealth than every NFT on the internet. Focus your anger where it counts, guys. Buy my NFTs.
You're creating, and that already one of the concluding questions we can go into that you
is some real funny about
There's
what
no
about
shot
it,
this is actually true, right? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure cars are one of the biggest emitters of carbon dioxide in the world. I think it's 1/3 of all greenhouse gases come from cars. I thought you'd have to go back and double check on that.
Answered before I even asked them, and making my job extremely difficult here. I'm fucking with you, but that's I guess the biggest fear of what we do, to an extent.
People are saying not 1/3, but it's higher.
Is that when we create this shit and
yo,
people
now I
consume
know.
this shit,
I'm gonna Google this. Google. Sup, shit here. On, is it? Alright. What causes the largest greenhouse gases? Let's see. I see transportation 28, 29, but that could still be like, that could be cars and cruise ships, but like, where is okay, greenhouse gas emissions from cars. Okay. From all cars. How you doing, Shahir? I am getting sidetracked from my painting with this greenhouse gas statement. Something about like the 6 biggest cruise ships put out more greenhouse emissions than all cars is the claim. I want some numbers. I want the numbers here. Okay, that's just a bunch of different types of cars. I just want all cars. How much is all cars? Okay, transport emissions in the EU. All right, so at least in the EU in 2019, 71.70% is road transportation, while 14% is water navigation. I feel like they have way more water navigation than the US, but I don't know. From all cars in the world per year. I just want a flat number. Can someone just give me a number? Okay, here we go. 1.5 billion tons of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere each year. Okay, cool. Now, from cruise ships. So 1.5 billion tons versus 700 to 1,000 pounds of carbon emissions a day. So that would be 1,000 times, say, 365. 365,000. Oh, that's your trip. Okay, that is... I did not read the entire paragraph. Okay, how many... In 2019, ships that sailed from Seattle to Alaska during 6-month cruise season emitted a total of 1.1, rounding slightly down, 1,120,324 metric tons of CO2 equivalent, about 1.1 million tons of gas. Its emissions stemmed from 13 cruise ships with a total of 559,414 total passengers. Okay, so, like, let's broaden that out to, like, all of them. So it's probably more, but it's not 6. At least I don't think. Another one, cruise ships in Europe pumped out more harmful gas. Okay, sure. But that's not to say that, like, cars aren't contributing to... Here's the funny thing. I'm not that worried about carbon emissions myself. I think it's a greatly overhyped problem. Overpopulation, climate change. Here's, like, the most basic version of logic with climate change, okay? We used to call it global warming. I'm pretty sure there was another term before that. Why do we keep changing it to make it more and more vague? The way climate change already is that it could go up or down, and we could still call it an issue. Which, by the way, we are technically still in an ice age right now. But, hey. The last part isn't relevant. I just thought it interesting.
Does that increase their, anti-capitalist fervor, or does it indirectly placate it? Because, they sat down today, they watched this video, they listened to the stream, they, read that blog article or whatever type of content that you're creating, and that already gives them enough of a feeling, the gut feeling that, for today, I've done, quote unquote, my part for the ideas that I would like to espouse in the world and to manifest and to materialize.
Wow, that's real loud.
Et cetera. So it's kind of
Hold on,
a
turn
scary
something
question
down.
to ask.
It's you. Okay, it's my Discord. I thought someone jumped into Destiny's Discord. It was just like blasting my ear out. Hold on, I'm gonna turn you down a little bit. Okay.
No, it's my dumbass. Yo, what's up?
It was so loud that I legitimately thought it was Vegan Gains joining Destiny's thing, because when you make it loud enough, your voices sound almost identical. Anyway.
I know who I'm catfishing as.
Yeah. I mean, you could probably pull off a pretty good Vegan Gains. Just say some really nebulous, dumb nonsense, and you're good. Like chiropractic is not real.
Or
no, like chiropractic is not
words,
real.
But just bullshit.
Yeah, that one.
There is no Santa Claus. There is no Tooth Fairy, and there is no Queen of England.
Yes, exactly. That's just like that. Hey, my big contract started today. That's fun.
That's pretty pog.
Yeah.
I'm like on the phone with 5 different LGSs right now about doing D&D stuff there. I think I already talked to you about this.
Yes. Big hype.
They all want to do Adventures League.
How dare they?
Yeah, I wanted to do it, but it's like my whole thing is I don't like having to follow the exact rules of the book. I don't want to be a super rules lawyer on it, and I want to run my own things, not have to run certain modules. Like,
Yeah.
Like if you're doing Adventurers League, you have like 6 adventures.
You're
And then you
lagging.
have to follow the rules to
Also,
a T.
thanks for the dollar, Shahir. I don't know what 2 is referring to, but fair enough. I will take thy dollar, though. Thank you. Hey, Sai, send me $1, just cuz.
I can't. I spent my last dollar on the McDouble I'm eating right now.
That's just sad, man. Make some more money. What do you, man?
I'm just messing. Still not sending you $1 though.
You can't say just messing when you're just telling me about how you only have like an extra $20 in your wallet every month.
It was actually $35 this month.
That's still like I get it. I've been there. I was there last year, but like, what even?
I put in one of those like those like claims and like I need to pull up the word.
Yeah, the claim.
I can't think about what I'm thinking about without pulling up. I just gotta pull something up real quick and it'll tell me the word I'm trying to think of right now.
Now you're sounding like Vegan Gains. Let's go. Yeah. Okay.
Settlement.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
claim
settlement payment.
Is that for just?
I applied for a bumfuck random settlement payment for aerosol. I got like a $15 just jammed into my account randomly.
That's so weird to me.
Apparently, I've heard about how you can like go to websites that have a bunch of those listed for like public things that affect lots of people, and then you just have to go there and say I was affected by this, and then you'll get like a small bit of some. Like you hear of shit where it's like, oh, this toy company was sued for $100 million because this toy is unsafe. Well, everyone who thinks that they had one of those unsafe toys and was affected by it goes to their website and says, I was affected. And then each of them get like $10, $15, or whatever the even split is for everybody when that 100 million goes out, right?
Uh-huh.
There's websites where you can just, that lists a bunch of the really small ones, like things that aren't important, shit like a $10 aerosol thing and all that.
Sure.
You can just apply for them. They never check anything, ever.
Okay, I mean,
There's
like
nothing
that.
to check. You just
Well, I
go
mean,
through and apply
that's
for them, and a few months
because
later, you
it's
randomly
like
get chunks of change into your account.
that's because like $10 and $15, like literally.
Well,
you know the saying that I forget if it was.
Takes about 30 seconds to fill one out.
Well, no,
And
you
can
first
just
you have
fill
to
out a shit
find
ton of
it.
them.
You have to find it first, and
Well,
then
just
like.
go to the
say-
one website.
Oh, the one website just has lists and lists of these things.
Yeah, there's multiple websites that just have lists and lists of these things, and then they let you do like a copy paste things if their applications are the same. So I literally saw my buddy go through and apply to like 100 of them in the course of like 2 or 3 minutes.
What?
And he's like, yeah, I end up getting like at least like a solid $200 to $300 a month off this shit.
Okay, because you know what I was about
He
to
eventually
say.
ran
If it
out,
was
though, after like a year or so, he ran out of them that had been existing for a while.
right. Okay, so
But
like
new ones are up every day.
here's what I was gonna say to that was like if you had to find those one by one, the time literally would not be worth the investment because like it would be like for me it would be like the equivalent of like I forget if the original saying was Bill Gates or Trump, one or the other, where like if they saw $100 bill in the ground, they'd lose money if they stopped to try to pick it up. That would be my version of that because $10 I'd make more than that in less than 10 minutes. Because I make when I'm programming I make 85 an hour as long as I can keep to my my estimates for how long it'll take me to do a job. As long as I like keep my progress in line with that, I am making like if I hit it exactly, I'm making $85 an hour. If I do it faster than that, I make more than $85 an hour. So it's like
I just mostly think it's interesting that you can just do that and get the money.
yeah, I know it's kind of
I just think it's a little interesting how you could just do that. Like, why is no one mentioning this as a
But-
part-time hustle to just lie to the government about your settlements?
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Hold on, motorcycles doing donuts in the intersection from my house. I'm gonna mute for a moment.
It's probably not even as loud as your McDonald's wrapper, to be honest. That thing
Don't
was
worry,
super
I threw it
loud.
away. No worry. I understand it's loud, so I crunched it up quickly and then threw it away.
So
digging stone for hours in Minecraft.
as usual, they release like the Raven Guard rules, and they're super meh. Like, they sound cool and like they work for Raven Guard, but they don't work for the way the game is actually played.
Yeah.
It's like, here's a bunch of buffs to stay more than 12 inches away from the enemy. And it's like, great, guess where all the like most guaranteed points are in the game? The middle of the map, where they're going to be going automatically, unless they're also a gun line. Which, there's only a couple gun lines that legitimately don't also want to be in melee, or at least like are decent in melee. Like, unless you're facing Tau, you are just putting yourself at a disadvantage by only staying over 12 inches. But granted, we only saw a couple of their rules, but they both very specifically were ones that this applies when you are more than 12 inches away.
Gotcha.
Where it's like, so like you have like your primary objectives, which deal with the objective markers, most of which are in no man's land, right in the middle of the map. And then you have secondaries, which could be anything. So like the guaranteed ones are in the middle of the map. So like go to the middle of the map as the fundament of your battle plan. You know what I mean? That's why like Tao's always been a weird thing of either they are overpowered and they win games, or they are not overpowered and they lose games, because they have, until this edition, basically, they couldn't hold up in close range because they had really bad melee. They finally fixed that. You know how they fixed that? They made it so their really strong guns can all shoot in melee. So, or like most of them anyway. A lot of the guns can shoot in melee. That's how they fixed it. So now they can hold up in melee because the only thing they had going for them were their guns. And now they can use their guns in melee. Before, for like many editions, all you had to do was make a charge into Tau and get them into melee, and they were screwed because they couldn't shoot. And they weren't good at melee. They were terrible at melee. Absolute dog at melee. Which is canonically how they're supposed to be. There was a great statement of like the Warhammer art you would see in the books of like Tyranids or orcs or even the Imperium in Tau fighting, right? In these like big wide pictures of artwork of that combat. Mm-hmm. And there was a great comment on that, which was, yeah, so like anytime you see Tau in those art where you can see from one angle both factions, the Tau have already lost. Because ideally, in the lore, Tau should be sniping you with railguns and missile batteries from over a mile away, at minimum. If you are getting to the point where you can see both sides from standing close to either side, they've already lost. Pretty bad.
Invisible combat doesn't really happen in high tech shit.
Right.
In reality, it should happen very little.
Yeah, unless it's like hard urban, like dense urban warfare, basically.
Yeah.
But that's why like shotguns are still viable.
Even then, they just blow up all the buildings first.
Yeah, Tau actually do that. There was a great thing in the Damocles Crusade where they like rolled up to a hive city, and they like pinpointed all the weak points in the city structure itself, and then shot specific railgun shots into the city's actual infrastructure, and a whole slab of the city just starts sliding down the side, knocking out tons of their defensive guns. They're like, we're just gonna cut up your entire city. What you gonna do? But they also like really funny because like hive cities, they aren't designed as hives, right? They're built up that way over like thousands of years to be superstructures. They're layers and layers built on top of each other. So the Tau pretty quickly realized that most of these hive cities, if they
have a low bearing wire.
No, not even. What it was this is even more dumb. Like, you think that's dumb, it gets more dumb, actually. Their defensive cannons, they have tons and tons of humongous like macro cannons and stuff, like huge artillery pieces and laser batteries and machine gun nests and all this stuff, right? Because it wasn't planned out to be a hive, like none of them are ever planned out to be a hive. They're just layers and layers built on top of each other over the weights of time. The Tau realized quickly when they scanned these defenses, they could find entire swaths of land outside the hive city where none of the guns could actually target them. As long as they were able to fly over to X spot, they could just sit there completely untouchable and just shoot super long range guns right into the city. It was really funny. And it was because of stuff like that, they thought the Imperium was going to be like a whatever battle to conquer in their initial interactions with the Imperium, and thought that the Hive City governors they kept talking to, that the loyal ones that were like, you have no idea the monster you have awakened, Xeno scum. And the Tower like, yeah, okay, we just roll up on your city, you can't even shoot us, what are you gonna do? And then Space Marines show up. And then actual Crusade shows up, and it's like, oh, we thought the Space Marines were bad. There's like 7 billion guardsmen just running at us right now. What do we do? Wait, is that an entire church walking towards us? What? Still to this day, the best.
Bald women with chainsaws.
Oh no! Oh no! I'm not talking about the Sororitas. I'm talking about the Titans.
I know. I'm just.
Oh yeah. The Sororitas also gave them a really bad time. The Tau. Oh, especially because they're so good at melee. They're almost as good as Space Marines at melee. So yeah, Sororitas are just a real bad time. If Tau don't have crew around, they're in a pretty bad way. Yeah, they saw Titans. To this day, Tau have 2 good options to deal with Titans.
Tau sound like they're built like birds. Hollow ass bones, light body, can't withstand anything.
So what it is that their Firecast are slightly less physically capable than like your average human. But the thing is that the way their visual receptors work is that they can't intake very fast movements very well. Like they can't move very quickly, and still be able to figure out what's going on, if that makes sense. So, like, if you were to put them in, like, a boxing match, their reaction speeds would be dramatically low because even a standard human would be able to overwhelm them, like, very easily. Even though they're trained, basically from puberty, to be warriors. But they're aware of that, that's why they focus so much on gun tech. Guns, and drones. And they leave the melee fighting to, like, crew, for example. Because Kroot are really good at melee. Kroot, actually, a decent Kroot fighter can almost stand up to like an average Space Marine in combat. In fact, Kroot ambushes actually often do kill a couple Space Marines before they get annihilated. They're also quite good marksmen themselves, with some oddly, weirdly good guns. But that's what happens when you're mercenaries, I guess. Even if you're not good at making guns, you can get someone else to give you good guns as payment. Because, yeah, Kroot aren't even actually they're not like the Vespids. Vespids are a client species to the Tau. Kroot aren't even a client species. They're just mercenaries. A bunch of people, including some Inquisitors and especially rogue traders, actually use Kroot quite often. Because, especially against, like, standard humans, Kroot wipe the floor with standard humans. No problem. I've seen in a couple books significantly good fighters for humans, like really good mercenaries or bounty hunters that are usually in like inquisitorial retinues, have and I'm talking really elite ones, have consistently barely gone away from a brush with a Kroot. And I have seen like white scars just get like I get ambushes still, but even like as the ambush is going, Kroots are still killing white scars. It's like, oh, that's not the best. Like, let's put it this way: the melee capability scale goes like Tau, standard human, orc, like standard orc boy, Brute, Space Marine. That's like the average melee capability scale. Like, Brutes will beat orcs more often than not in melee. Unless it's like a really big... If it's like a knob or bigger, then yeah, the orc will take it, because knobs are even dangerous to Space Marines. But,
Let's play how many Tau does it take to beat one orc in a fist fight?
Yes.
At least 125.
Yeah, something like that, which is funny because in the lore, it takes about that many orc boys to kill a Space Marine. It's not like on the tabletop. Tabletop orcs are very vicious in melee, but in the books, no. Space Marines just roll through basic orcs like no problem. Even like just standard everyday, I mean, no Space Marines every day, but like standard Space Marine, like tactical Marines, you know, will just wipe the floor with orcs. And then actually good Space Marines, oh man, it's like, oh, I'm sorry, is that an entire wah? Okay, I'll kill 1,000 today, 1,000 tomorrow, and But this actually goes to show why the Imperial Guard do so well, because the reason orcs usually kill Space Marines is through massive numbers. And Imperial Guard, when they really get rolling, are more than even orcs. Sham?
Boys. On the other end, brethren.
Brother, I am pinned here. Edda Rada, Sham, the only ones Low Gothic.
Low Gothic?
That is like the common / English of the Imperium of Man. There's a lot of deviation and different...
And then a Space Marine walks up to you and it's just like, emo, 21 Savage.
What? I mean, now you sound like the guy that just chatted and rumbled. Cham, the only ones outside, LOL. I have no idea what you're saying, Eddie. What? I am interested in what you're saying. I don't know what it is.
Goth people like.
Oh. Well, here's the thing. Goths aren't emo, so there's that.
Goddamn Dorna.
Like, it's the classic, like, actually, I run into this a lot because I play Raven Guard. Raven Guard look like the emo Marines. They're not the emo Marines. They're the Goth Marines. Iron Hands are the emos. Because Iron Hands just shove all their feelings down trying to be super logical until one day they're in a really bad battle and they just snap and go super, super angry. Like, unreasonably angry. Like, nearly World Eaters level angry. And that's emo. Because they can't handle their emotions. They legitimately think emotions are bad. One of the several reasons why I think Iron Hands are my least favorite Loyalist Marines. Despite the fact that I'm a techie in real life. So, interesting thing happened in that in Assie's game last night in the Shattered Lands D&D game. We have developed a basic government structure.
Okay.
Finally. It took a lot of bullying by me, more or less. But we got it. We figured it out. A council of 5. We have 5 seats. That cover 5 main things. At least for now. Let's see. Magic, finances, agriculture, trade/diplomacy, and security. Then we have 2 offices underneath all of that. Sheriff and we just call it emissary right now, but it's basically spy master. Sheriff kind of falls under security, and spy master falls under the trade/diplomacy. I was the one going for a council. Half the other people were trying to go for governor, but I'm like, who do we going like actually put in there for governor? We have like 4 or 5 different people that would probably be legitimately decent for the job, but there's like a bunch of reasons why you don't want any of them. 2 of them might just straight up cause a civil war. And so I proposed, I proposed the council of 5 with 5 specific people that were the biggest movers and shakers in the party. Like when anything ever happens, 1 or more of these 5 people are always involved. So I was like, they're going to be involved in government one way or another. So put them in government. Like they were going to either try to be involved or would end up involved anyway. Didn't quite come out like that, which I mean makes sense because one of them was already the sheriff. But yeah, we at least got the council bit going. You wouldn't believe what position I ended up in.
What?
You want to guess? 'Cause I think that'd be funny.
Politician, some shit like that.
Well, no, we're all technically politicians. No, well, you got like the 5 seats and then the offices, right? We already had a sheriff before that, but you have magic, finance, agriculture, trade, and security, and then there's spy master.
Are
That's
you
still
like
open.
somehow agriculture?
No, shockingly, that ended up the lizard man necromancer, because that makes sense.
I mean, he does it. He has the most ethical slaves possible.
We are coming close to that being a thing, oddly enough. To remind you, I am like the shadow man. I have like lots of illusions, lots of shadow stuff. I'm normally quite fine, but I can be very, very scary if I want to be. And that's kind of how I usually deal with things. And I also have a robe of eyes light, like already.
Nice.
As well as flock of familiar spells, so I have owls that can see stuff like up to a mile. I can see through their eyes up to a mile away, and I can summon 3 of them for an hour. Thanks, Eddie, for the $1. To which you just put my. I feel like are both those accounts the same person? They're like slowly building up a statement between the dollars. That's $2 donations I've gotten on Rumble with a single word in the message. I'm beginning to sense a conspiracy. What?
You're getting treated like a stripper.
Yeah. I mean, is there much of a difference, really, though?
$1 doonies at a regular pace.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm getting sent loonies. Actually, I think it would take a tuning to give me $1, actually.
Dude, I just did a session in Edmonton, Canada. Turns out they're like chains. It's called Loonies and Toonies.
Yeah, I know. That's why I was saying that. I wasn't joking. I know a bunch of Canadians.
What a bunch of cringe Canadians.
Yep.
Oh my gosh.
I am
big old cringers.
I am not far from the Canadian border. Remember? I'm in New England.
Oh, so you gotta watch what you say. It might come after you.
No, that means I
And
know
then the
I'm.
Canadians might attack, get revenge.
No, it means I know a bunch of stuff to say about Canadians. Like how they legitimately have loonies and toonies, and I'm like, how do we ever take you
what?
seriously?
You call that change instead of loonies and toonies? Kind of
Yeah.
cringe, isn't it, bruv?
That's an English accent.
I know, but still.
Here's a problem. The Canadian accent is just the American the quote unquote standard American accent with sorry at the end of every sentence. Sorry.
Just where you touch.
Do you know that they have a thing called house hippos?
Moles,
was just-
you want to keep your house hippos and your outside hippos separate. You don't want to combine them.
Well, it's something of like this really weird like government advertising campaign. It's something to do with like house hippos, and you gotta like take care of the house hippos. I'm like, what are you? What? I
Are
am
they
so
talking about
confused.
people who like?
No, it's
they
this
gotta be
3D
talking about
animated.
real estate in some way.
No, it's just like I think it has something to do with energy. But it's like it's literally like 3D animated advertisements of like actual tiny hippos that like live in secret in people's houses, and they're like like you know the like elves on shelves kind of thing where it's like they or not like that exactly. It's more like I don't know, like roaches. Like they always like hide when someone comes around, so you never see them. It's like you can never
Sounds
see
like a
him.
Wish.com type beat.
Yeah, it is. But it was like made by either a really big company or like literally the Canadian government. It's so bizarre. Yeah, hold on. I'm gonna pull it up on my thing. Canadian house hippos. Yeah, Canadian house hippo commercial. Hold on, let me put it on full screen. This is like so weird.
It's nighttime in a kitchen just like yours. All is quiet. Or is it? The North American house hippo is found throughout Canada and the eastern United States. House hippos are very timid creatures and are rarely seen, but they will defend their territory if provoked. They come out at night to search for food, water, and materials for their nests. The favorite foods of the house hippo are chips, raisins, and the crumbs from peanut butter on toast. They build their nests in bedroom closets, using lost mittens, dryer lint, and bits of string. The nests have to be very soft and warm. House hippos sleep about 16 hours a day.
That looked really real, but you knew it couldn't be true, didn't you? That's why it's good to think about what you're watching on TV and ask questions, kind of like you just did. A message from Concerned Children's Advertisers.
That's a lot of spiders.
Dude, did you
Hmm?
do you like see any of that?
Oh, what? Your stream?
Or did you hear that? Did you hear the audio for that? Can you hear my stream's
I-
audio? Oh, jeez,
I
I just played the whole Canadian house hippo commercial.
I was watching any of it.
Ah. Okay, whatever. You can watch it later. Watch my VOD later. I'm gonna play it again.
Sorry, I'm in the middle of a big ass cave.
It'll be like 2 hours 50 minutes into its VOD. There you go. There's your thing.
All right, I'll go on my quest later, Mr. Quest Giver.
You know it.
You know what I did? I was like on this Minecraft server years ago. I was one of like the richest players, and I was so bored.
Mm-hmm.
I would just go around giving people quests to do random stupid shit.
Did it work? Did people actually do it?
Yeah, if you offer like really good shit for it.
Nice. I feel like some of these areas the dry brush highlight didn't go on very well, but I can't be asked. I have dry brushed not dry brushed, edge highlighted so much Gravis the last few days. What's next here before I start doing washes? Oh, the pouches and stuff, right? I kept looking at it and I am tired. I slept really long and got up pretty late again, and I feel like I'm more tired.
True, same.
Yeah.
But I also just started smoking an indica, so.
I have been chugging gamer subs. I am running out.
Grab a snack real quick, Gravy.
What?
I'm gonna snack real quick, Gravy.
No, I heard you. I'm just
That has now.
in affront and disappointment. Yeah, he's not even listening. Can you believe it? So I don't know what inspired the dollars earlier, but I mean, if you told me why I could do more of that thing that got you interested, just saying, if there were complete sentences in the messages from the dollars. Or if you just feel like giving it to give it, I will accept that as well. I'm not complaining. I just figured if there was a particular reason I could increase production, if you will. I am a capitalist after all. And the almighty dollar is now on the table. That or I have to assume this is a person that just wanders from Rumble stream to Rumble stream, just randomly giving out money to confuse streamers like me, and then we don't know what to do about that. Am I doing is the experiment working? Am I doing the right thing? Should I do more of this thing? Or am I being misled? What is happening? Then also now I'm wondering, it, what's the rest of the statement? Because I feel like this was between the names of the accounts being so similar in construction, the 4 numbers at the end, and then both having two, or both having a single word, but not 2 words in. That's where my brain was trying to go. Is this going to turn into like a message? Is this like a weird streamer Easter egg thing? Is it gonna like troll me by a ghost like from to my? Okay, I'm trying to theorize what is going on with these donations that came out of nowhere. Okay, well, no, I'm still seeing on 2 of them. It's just the way it's all structured seems very sus to me. Okay, so we have.
You're being hacked. He's putting in a particular code that when played through TTS somehow gives you access to all your stream info.
Yeah, that would be pretty poggers, actually. I'd want to see that in action. That'd be a really impressive
I
feat
will
of
be your
programming.
test
Okay, so first one was Shahir8968, who said 2 TL when they did the donation, because the Rumble donations like have like a message with it that goes right in a chat, just like a chat message, but it's highlighted and shows you how much money, right? So then the second one, 24 minutes later, Edorada 3434. So both are roughly the same length and have 4 numbers at the end. And this one says my. To my. Is there going to be another, let's see, if we're going perfectly consistent, I'd say 24, 25 minutes at 10, what would that be, 10:40, I think? No, 10:38, whatever. Is there going to be another donation by another account of $1 and just says, bitch?
Check the account. How long ago was it created?
You know, I don't know if I can, maybe I can do that. I don't know. Let me go over to my
Most
chat.
websites will let you do that. Twitch
Yeah.
and YouTube. Like, click on their thing, you can see when it was created. So if like either one of those was created like today, then you know what's up.
You know, unsurprisingly, Rumble does not let you do that. Like I can, yeah, if they have no videos found, then I can follow them. Like I can do the usual like mute them or delete the message or mute the
Click on
users.
their profile.
Well, no, that's what I'm doing. I did. There's like nothing.
It doesn't have like there's no like homepage for them or anything like that, like Twitch would have.
It, nah, it just shows if they have videos there or not in their profile pic. It's very light, yeah. How many people are watching me on Rumble right now? I don't even know. Hold on.
I have a bunch of fake Twitch
4,
accounts to
5, not
follow
5.
people with.
Hmm.
Shit with names like Phase Foreskin, Boyhole Buccaneer.
Why? Just
Why
troll
not,
people?
bro? Yeah, just because it's a funny thing to see come into your chat. The one that gets the most funny reactions is Foot Enjoyer 42.
I just don't have time to do stuff like that, I guess.
They're all just temp mail accounts that take maybe a full minute to set up.
Well, I mean, like, even the stuff you would use that kind of account for, I don't have time for that stuff either, is what I mean.
Yeah, to be fair, I haven't really been watching streams in a while. This is the only one I've watched in a long time.
That's because I'm spitch.
Well, I mean, I watch Ludwig streams, but that's only because they're on YouTube.
Yeah, it's how it is with, like I watched Destiny stream today because it happened to line up with when I got on the treadmill. So treadmill and shower, like, it was actually, oh wait, no, it was actually right before I got in the showers when when the stream ended. So, like, it was, you know, well timed for that. Because when I got on the treadmill, I'm on it for, like, 45 minutes. So, yeah, if I know he's gonna, I know if he's not about to end streaming, then, yeah, the timing is probably pretty good. Speaking of ending streams, when do I intend on ending mine? I'm already tired. It is 10:30.
Exhausted, huh?
Even though I didn't do that much today, I mostly waffled. Like, I did a bit of business emailing. That's when I got the go-ahead to start the big contract, and I set up my Windows and tech and stuff so I can go straight from, you know, stream interface to programming interface by just minimizing and popping back up certain windows. So I'm like logged into everything relevant and all that stuff, right? But besides that, I didn't like do anything productive except like some dishes. This is my day for dinner and dishes. I actually need to put, if no one else has gone to it, I actually need to put the food away when I get off. But yeah, like, I don't know. Woke up at like 12:30, which is weird because I went to bed at 2:30, which is about normally on time, and then I would normally wake up between like 9 and 10, but
Yeah, I
and it
woke up at like 9:30 ish, closer to 10.
mm-hmm.
Just kind of like sat on the edge of my bed, waiting to feel like I'm a human for like 2 hours straight. Then I hopped on Minecraft with a buddy who, for him, it's like bedtime, like
Mhm.
late at night because of time zones. So he ended up putting me in like that like sleepy gaming mood, and I was like looking around over my shoulder to see if it had gotten dark yet or if I still had some time with light out left. And I saw it was still bright as fuck. I'm like, oh shit, it's only 3 p.m. like.
Sure.
Like I was for some reason expecting it to be crazy late, and my day had barely started, and that made me be like, "Fuck, I need to do something." So I went and I did like a trip of grocery shopping.
I was like the opposite. I was like, all right, any day I'm gonna get this email, and then I need to be like awake at like 9ish and like doing like productive stuff by like 11ish, so I can get several good hours in like the late morning to like mid afternoon, and then start and then stream. And I do that just basically, and then stream from whenever it feels appropriate to stop programming until like around this time at night, and just do that like 6 days a week basically. And then I can get a lot of on cam time and be able to pull off this contract in a reasonable amount of time. Um, and yeah, right on the day I get the email, and the email was sent to me at like, oh, I don't know, like 11:30. I like didn't even like open my inbox until like 1:30. And I'm like, oh, okay. And like I wasn't even like ready to start like doing productive stuff yet. I didn't actually start doing productive stuff until like 3. And I'm like, well, I'm not actually doing anything today, I guess. I guess that's fine, I suppose, because I am also doing this on Saturdays. And like there's always the option, right, that I could end up getting like get a second wind at night after I eat post stream.
Yeah.
And then work then. Or what'll happen sometimes is I try to sleep, I won't sleep, I'll like get just enough rest from trying to sleep for like an hour and then be like completely awake. And then I'll go and do this happened with the last contract, and then I would work for like 3-4 hours between like 3 a.m. and 6 or 7 a.m. and then go sleep for like just a couple hours and then restart. That happens a lot too.
Yeah, I got. What day is tomorrow? Friday. Yeah, I have
yeah.
tomorrow, and then on Saturday morning I have my One Piece session.
Mm-hmm.
Just had a big reveal where I was doing like spooky ghost shit. Like, you know, if you were to watch the most latest Nuke's top 5 video, like it'd be like everything you see in that video would happen. You know what I'm talking about? Nuke's top 5.
No
It's
idea.
like one of the most popular top 5 scariest ghost videos that will leave you cold shivering to your core. Like he's that guy, and he does a bunch of like ghost videos. He's the most popular YouTuber in that category. Who does like he basically just collects ghost clips that people send into him and regularly uploads and such.
Yeah, what do you think about ghosts?
I think it's one of those things where it's like it's a weird 50-50, because it's
Okay.
like on one hand I feel like it's real because a lot of situations and things are just like you start to notice certain patterns of what you can tell is like, okay, if this sort of thing happens, then there's actually a chance it might be something possibly real. Like, if XYZ and other things happen, then it's obviously fake as fuck, right?
Oh, I usually think
But,
about that the other way around. If any of these things, this is absolutely fake, no way, not a chance.
Yeah. I have like these things it's fake, these things like there's like 3 different things that I believe may be real.
Okay, what's your list? Let's do it.
My list is very realistic, just like they're there. It is not like a shimmer or a shadow. It is just like person there.
Okay.
Very fucking clearly. Like
Okay.
on video, everything. And then they turn the corner like closer to them and then they're just gone. You know? Like situations like that, I believe that's definitely real. Or not definitely real every time, but like
Here's
look
the
at
hard
video,
part.
Sometimes you can tell.
Because I've done so much video editing, especially special effects, I can think off of like the top of my head. Not that I can easily explain them because it's like really complicated, but like I can think off, like I can visualize the process of like a bunch of different ways of like doing that with video editing. No
Yeah,
problem. And the worse quality the video is, the easier it is to pull it off convincingly.
That's the sad thing about a lot of videos is it's like I just have to take their word on it because it would be too easy to fake this to where there's no way, even if it is real, like it's just too easy to fake where I just have to take your word on it. I don't know you. You know?
Like,
that's the hard part. But here's the second thing. This is the second one. This is one I find the most convincing. It's animals in the video.
Okay, because animals are hard to control. Yeah.
They don't fucking
lie.
So
well,
like if that
they
person is doing that video,
can.
and it's one of the other things where like they see the person standing there and like, or like there's knocking on the wall, or like a door handle is shaking or some shit, and a dog is just like freaking the fuck out, like staring at it and like looking at that area and is like genuinely on hunting mode and walking slowly on its own and shit to the side, and then like getting confused as to why it doesn't see someone there. Then that is another thing that leads me closer to being like, this might be real.
But animals can be trained and tricked. Animals can be tricked.
But you just gotta be able. You just have to judge every video.
Yeah, individually, sure.
Case basis
But
on does it seem legit? Does it not seem legit?
Like
and
one
nukes will mention things like this person has never uploaded paranormal content before and they're still just uploading jazz content to this day. It was only ever this one video. Or they'll mention like, although this person uploads paranormal content all the time with situations like this. So what, I don't know, do you think it's real? I'm not going for it. So he does kind of give a little bit of a word to like, they have a slight reliability.
Right, like there's some questionability here just off of.
Here's one of the key details. If the point of the person recording is to be ghost hunting, I automatically write everything I see off completely.
Yeah. Yep.
If what you're doing is ghost hunting, or you're like searching for ghosts, or you're a YouTuber who goes to haunted locations on purpose to look
Even
for
if
ghosts,
something weird happens.
even if something seems like it's super legit, like I just automatically write all of it off because the whole point is to make realistic looking freaky stuff to get your paycheck every
Well, not even that. Like consider this, right? Like, okay, like in theory, the most believable video you could get is a live stream that you can tell is live streamed. But hold on, let me.
Live streamed ones.
Well, let me finish. If it's a ghost hunter live streaming, something weird could happen on a live stream, but you automatically have such a strong confirmation bias. That's like, there are so many like other explanations of things that you probably didn't, both the streamer and the audience can't catch in the situation, like a raccoon knocking something over, right? An abandoned building, that like, y'all gonna think ghosts because you're primed for it, but it's a raccoon. Like, and you just don't see the raccoon, right?
There's this one. There's a particular YouTuber. Not YouTuber. It's like it's a streaming platform that's completely in a different country, different language platform.
Sure.
I forget what it is. It's like Syrian, I believe.
Okay.
He's like a Syrian streamer on a Syrian platform. Who goes to locations and he hunts jinn, which is like their word for ghosts.
Yeah, I know what jinn are, yeah.
And there for some reason, all Syrian ghost hunters, just in all cases, no matter how connected they are to each other, they're just known for kicking doors open. Because and what you're supposed to do in Syria and like that to fight off ghosts and stuff is to be very angry, because your loud noises and your rash motions and your cursing and your like cursing them out and yelling at them angrily will scare them away. That's their belief system. So that's why they're always kicking doors open and shit.
That's actually
like
pretty Chad.
who like every single time I see some of his stuff come in, it's like it ticks every box I have for it's real, and ticks every box I have for, and then never ticks a box for it's not real. It's live streamed. It's like always direct, and he is a ghost hunter, but if it's live streamed, it's a little easier. Because it's still gotta have. It can't just be noise. I can never trust just
Okay.
sound. Just sound means nothing.
Oh yeah, sound is the least
Just sound means nothing to
viable.
me.
I
An
saw
object
this.
moving in any scenario where I can viably see somebody pulling a string and moving that object automatically never a deal to me. If it's
Well,
a
the
situation where it's very clear and obvious that there's no way somebody could be pulling a string for that
Yeah.
shit, like then
Well,
I'll trust it. But
it's like all these like haunted whatevers about disembodied voices. I'm like, yeah, okay. Like you can just slap that on like an audio track on anything. That takes no
yeah,
like
never
the most simple video editing software on a
is
planet on your
one.
phone can do that.
There's one just noise one that I believe to be real.
Okay.
And it's this one lady who, and it's mostly because of the repercussions that happened to this person's life due to this,
Okay.
that I believe it's real. There's this one lady who was part of like a ghost hunting YouTuber group
Sure.
crew that was like about to like start being like almost television level like quality, right?
Mm-hmm.
She gets like a curse on her or like a ghost that follows her, and whenever her voice is being recorded
Mm-hmm.
by something,
Yeah.
there's like screams that happen over it.
Okay.
So like whenever it's like she's trying
Can
to
it
record her
be
voice, trying to do certain things, there's like just like horrific loud like gut wrenching screeches that play over it periodically. And so what she did to like show this on video is she had like somebody with a camera recording in like the background. A bunch of people sat in a room, like witnesses type deal. And she had like one of those physical like handheld recorder things, and like did like they explained how like there is no way to edit this. It will only ever play what it hears right now, and like showed a whole bunch of steps as to why it couldn't be fucked with in any way. She like
Okay.
spoke into it a few sentences, stopped it, and then it plays for like a solid like 30 seconds with just normal like her speaking voice, and then the shrieking comes in, and you can just see like the pain on her face as she's like so upset with this happening over and over again. Because of this, she could no longer upload YouTube videos because they would always have that screaming over it. She tried to upload them, but it's so ear-piercingly loud, people would not watch. She could no longer be included in her team's YouTube videos, so she essentially lost her job completely because of this. And she ended up in a like a mental ward because she started going insane due to this screaming and shit. And
Is it only when
got kicked out of that mental ward because it was ruining their security camera footage.
what? That can't be
Yeah,
real.
that
So
was the step that I got to, and I'm like, okay, now this is like
okay.
actually
Well, hold on. Is that someone just saying that happened, or can you like find
the
and send me
the exact
records?
wording is that she was screaming into the security cameras, but she claims that it wasn't her screaming into the cameras. Although at that point she could have gone so insane that she just started screaming into recording devices herself, you know? Or
Like,
maybe she was
right.
faking it to begin with. Who fucking knows? But
Okay, so
that was just one particular story that stuck in my head, you know?
all right. So like, what I would require to believe that being a weird anomalous thing, right, is security camera footage from say the asylum, for example, right? Where it shows her like doing nothing, or she's just like walking through a hallway, and you can hear the screaming. Like she's clearly not making any noise. You can visually confirm that, but you are hearing tons of screaming that's consistent with the reports of all the other stuff, right?
There were a bunch of comments on it saying that she could be using ventriloquism.
Oh yeah, there's also
Without
that.
moving her mouth or
I
anyway,
forgot that. Yeah, actually, that does make sense. Actually, yeah. Okay, so that's actually extremely hard to verify as being a real thing.
Yeah.
Which I can see how, if it's real, that would drive someone absolutely insane.
How I could be convinced personally is if I went to like Staples, bought a recorder with nothing on it, walked up to them, handed it to them, watched them record it, had them hand it back to me, and the screaming was there, but I didn't hear it while they were recording it.
Right. Yeah, that would work.
That would convince me, but even that would only convince me, because anyone else would be like, it could be faked,
Sure, yeah, you'd have to figure out
I mean, that's
some way
essentially
of
what she
having a
did with the video
third
I explained,
party. Yeah, because no matter how you set up like a third party to verify that on camera to show a bunch of other people, then you have to question the validity of um
individual.
the one doing the thing. Now, I suppose what you could do, well, no, actually, okay, here's how you could do it. You take like a really simple audio recording program like Audacity, for example, right? Or actually, well, or really anything actually. Like say you could do a Premiere Pro, for example, and you show you are recording onto a complete empty drive, like you screen cap it, right? This is an empty drive. This is where the thing is recording into, right? You can see the location, like what is it called? The target location, right? The target folder. And show it everything's empty, right? And you show your settings, and they're like, say, for example, factory default, right? You can even show that's like a brand new computer, new Premiere Pro installation, default settings. You can screen cap all of that. It would take you like 10 minutes of video to verify everything, but it would show all that. And then you can show the recording starting, like all one cut, right? All one cut. There's no cutting. Like you can, people that edit a lot can tell when there's a cut, right? We can see it after enough time. I can see when people cut, even when they're trying to hide it, right? Because I have cut thousands of hours of video, man, like over a decade. Like legitimately thousands. I might be in tens of thousands at this point. I'm not joking. Because I also do this commercially off like YouTube stuff, right? So you do this all in one cut, and then you start the voice recording, which you can do directly through Premiere Pro. That's why I said that. Like it's just this microphone's connected to Premiere Pro. And you could even do like a test of you talking into it, and then you can immediately play it in the same cut. Oh, here's like the hard part. It wouldn't be a
Here's
screen
one thing
cap.
that they did
It wouldn't
do.
be a screen cap. It would be a camera pointed close enough to the screen you could read the stuff, or sharp enough on the screen you could read the stuff. But also you could see you doing the stuff. Because if it's two separate video feeds, then in theory those could be from two separate instances. So you'd need to do it like that way. And then you show you recording into it, playing it back through Premiere Pro, because you can immediately do that, and it would just sound like you, and then you have the woman speak into it, and then play it back, and then see what happens. That would be practically irrefutable.
One thing they did do is what was it? They had like I don't know what recording software it was, but some recording software that like as you spoke and it recorded it, you could see the like lines of like audio.
Oh yeah, the audio
kind of
feedback.
form, like the
Yeah.
graph that forms over time.
Yeah, you could do that
then,
through
like, they were recording like a screen that had a microphone in front of her. She was like, "Hi, hello, it's me. I'm here." And then you could see the lines on the thing appearing, but there was
So-
no sound. So like in the gaps where she's just not saying anything, like
So-
one of them, you could just see the line just appearing.
But question, was that within a single video feed, or were those multiple
No
video
idea.
feeds? Okay, well that's the thing. If you're seeing a screen cap, of the audio graph, then
It
that
was
could
like somebody
be
with a camera in the room, like
Right,
zoomed in
okay.
on her doing the thing, and then zoomed in on the screen.
okay. So that's what I'm saying. Where like you can,
I have no way of knowing if they were just playing a video, having her talk over it.
Oh yeah, that's actually true. Well, that's what I mean. Where like you have to like show how you're doing on a clean system, like as part of the cut, right? And as to the entire circumstances to be a single cut. It's the only way that I can think of to entirely refute. Man, this must make putting evidence forward in court like such a nightmare now these days.
Oh, dude, it's hard. Like very very soon, nothing's gonna be admissible.
Like deep fakes, dude. Like deep fakes. Like deep fakes could
Deepfakes
just
and AI videos not admissible.
like you've
pictures aren't
seen
admissible.
you've seen the recent Russian Badger videos, right? Where Skulker is doing like AI voices of like the other people in the group, and it's like believable.
The only things that are admissible now are things that come from trusted sources, i.e., like a car accident happens and the police officer responding takes photos of the accident. It's like, well, then you can rely on those photos not being faked.
Right, you gotta figure out what your trusted parties are, or like traffic cams, right?
Yeah, it's gonna
Because,
become very specific eventually.
but eventually, like, if you, well, here's what sucks about that, right? If we end up in a government system that has this technology but wants to play dirty, they absolutely can, and there's nothing we could do about it at that point. When it comes to like evidence, anyway, because they're the only ones with access to the actual files.
Have you seen the Mexican Alien?
I saw
Mexico have a body from an alien, quote unquote.
Yeah, I saw a bunch of headlines. I didn't actually research into it because it looks
Here's
stupid.
the timeline. They released this thing being like, we have bodies of aliens. Here they are, showing them in full detail. You look it up even slightly, you'll find millions of photos and videos. Right. They're like showing them. They're like little men, big goofy looking heads.
Yeah, no, I've seen a few
and
pictures.
And then next in the timeline comes a whole bunch of people who are making fun of them by going, this is ridiculous. How is everyone going to believe you? They showed x-rays of the body. These bones are like mismatched bones from a human and a bird body. Like these are not all, these are clearly like constructed together. Like this is just a femur turned the wrong way around. Their hands have their bones backwards in some of their parts for no reason. And then very recently, just a couple of days ago, they essentially, the Mexican, like, this is like Mexican, like, secretary of this and like that, right? These are high ranking people.
Right, like this is the actual Russian government. Yeah, no, I knew it was that. I knew it was like the actual, or not Russian. Sorry, I've been saying Russian government a lot the last like, I don't know, like a year and a half. Like
the actual Mexican government saying all this,
Yeah.
and they clapped back and were like, they got a bunch of scientists who were like doctors and scientists who are not from Mexico to come and take a look at it completely in their own hands for a
Mhm.
moment. And they did some scans, and they were like, well, if you look at the stomach here, it's like one thing they pointed out from day one is that it looks, honest to God, like one of them has eggs in its stomach, like 3 calcified eggs in his stomach. And then they did like a scan and a whole bunch of things on this, and like a mortuary doctor looked at it and shit, and we're like, so looking at this, like if these were put in here, then we would see post-mortem like things that you would do, like the cutting. There would be marks, there'd be scratches on the eggs, on the body. There's
Okay,
no
but-
sign of incisions, which means that this thing was at some point alive and it was pregnant.
Sure, but like debunk the human femur part though.
Yeah.
Like that's the
They said they did touch on that, and they were like the bones. They essentially said something along the lines of like the bones look weird, or like they look like they don't really move all that well because they didn't. And these would be very like low mobility creatures. Like they would be very low mobility beings.
which
Because of the way the
doesn't
bones are structured. They were basically saying like, yeah, we agree that they look weird, but you're wrong in saying that they're all just straight up like this and that. And like there was a whole nother thing where they did like a CAT scan and this and that, and then they came out and said that these post shows no post-mortem effects of being altered with. This thing was alive when it was in this state and then perished and has not been altered since.
Oh, okay.
But again, every single one of these scientists could just be, like they're the ones who announced it
Just
initially, right?
paid off.
Right.
Because I mean, scientist just means you're a specialist in the scientific field. That's it. That's literally all that says. It's like the classic, like, oh, but they're a doctor. And I'm like, what is that supposed to mean? That means they went to medical school and passed the test. As all that means. Now that in a lot of circumstances can count for a lot, but it doesn't count for every circumstance.
Seems like the triangle and the orb are the 2 most common UFOs.
Oh yeah.
You either see the triangle with lights or just the orb.
Okay. You know me.
Remember that whole thing in Russia? A few months after the war started, a fucking orb showed up in the air hovering above Moscow because they were in the middle of war and were like, we can't just let shit like that happen above us. They shot it down, and then like a few moments later, like 40 something of these orbs showed up all at the exact same moment all over the ship for a certain amount of time, and then they all vanished at the exact same moment again, like minutes later.
Okay, I may
And
have
the
seen
Russian
an
government
orb.
tried to cover it up.
I'm trying to remember. Yeah, I may have seen an orb when I was like 22. My mother also saw it.
What you were what?
When I was 22.
Hmm.
So it was last
The
time I
orb.
was
I
living
think the
with.
orb is definitely the most accurate one. Well, at least that's the one. I also watched
So-
the whole like 5-hour thing by the U.S.
Yeah.
Secretary of Defense and like ufologists and shit talking about, oh, they're real, they're a thing, they're a threat to us. If they weren't hostile, there's not a bumfuck thing we could do about it, and that's why we're trying to go public with this, because it's a fucking problem and a threat, and we need.
Oh yeah, that whole thing where they changed the term from UFO to like something else. Yeah, I had so many
He
people
said there's
sending me
two
that.
types. There's UFOs and UAPs.
Yeah, that thing.
Unidentified flying objects, and then also unidentified paranormal anomalies, UPAs, which are essentially because they see them in the
They're
water too.
SCP anomalies is what they are.
You see them in the water too a lot of the time, so they have a distinction for the two now.
Right.
So it's like,
Okay.
it's not just in the air. If it's like fucking around in the water or going on land or anything, now it's a UAP.
Right. Do you remember my stance on aliens in general?
I mean, wasn't it like they're obviously real, but they probably don't fuck with us?
Well, no, they're obviously real. The big question is if there's even a single other like sentient species in our galaxy. That's the big question. Anything outside our galaxy does not actually matter, unless.
I'm thinking it's a very simple answer.
Well, like here's like how it breaks down, right? Unless like there's two big versions of this, okay? One is that FTL is you just need a clever trick to pull it off, just some weird clever physics trick, right? Like there's just some way that a can barely do nuclear fusion civilization can just do a trick with physics and then it can like open a wormhole or something like that, right? Like that's one version.
Turns out,
Or
you do up, down, down, left, right,
Yeah.
start in real life.
Yes,
Because it's
exactly. There you
from
go.
a fifth-dimensional being.
Right, exactly. Or
Do that on a revolver.
Right.
IRL, you'll
Or
send.
I guess there's like three versions. There's three versions. Sorry, there's three versions. One is that's a physics trick that as soon as you start getting properly scientific, right? Like you have actual scientific process and you are like legitimately like unraveling all the rules of the universe at like the rate that we have been for the last like about 150 years, right? And then you can just find it in like 150 to 200 years. You will probably find a trick to FTL. Now, whether or not you can figure out how to attach that to a ship or not, that's a whole other matter. But in theory, if you figure out that's about when you figure out the science.
Orb itself
Now,
is the FTL, and they just put themselves inside of it.
maybe.
That'd be a way to get rid of the do the ship. But if we cannot put FTL in ship, then just make FTL the ship.
Then there's the second version, which is FTL is really, really, really hard, right? And you have to have like immense amount of power output to make FTL actually happen. You have to like break physics by force kind of deal, right? That's the other version. The last version is that FTL is literally impossible. Okay? And then you only have STL. What was that one?
Fast as light. Find a way to tether onto the light particles and use them to maneuver.
Well, here's the thing. That's based on our current understanding of physics, that could not work because it doesn't work like that. Are you aware of that, like the speed
One
of
of the things they mentioned a shit ton is how these things just move in a way that our current understanding of physics would not physically allow. Like it's like imagine you had like a touchpad in front of you and you're playing Osu with a pen, and like imagine you
Well,
just
it's not
have
just
that on, like,
G-forces.
a 3D scale, and you're just
Yeah.
moving the fucking ship around and like miles.
No,
away
I
from
get,
you. You just
I get
immediately
that.
turn and do
No,
shit like
I get that. I'm not even talking about them. Like, FTL specifically. Like, you know how, do you know the weird thing about, light speed? Or the speed of light? The speed of light is a misnomer.
little more
It's not.
specific, yeah?
It's not the speed of light. That light actually has nothing to do with that number. Okay, that number that we call the speed of light is the speed of reality actualization, if you will. It's literally it's the fastest that the universe can render to allow something to pass through, if that makes sense. The reason it's called the speed of light is because light is the only thing we found that goes literally as fast as the universe can allow something to go, and that's because photons have no mass. As you add mass, their max speed drops dramatically. While, especially when you're going as fast as light, there's like a weird time dilation effect as well. So, but photons ignore that because they are literally a massless particle, and so because they're a massless particle, they go literally the maximum speed that reality allows them to go. You can't go faster than light because it's not that light goes so fast, it's because light can't go any faster, literally. That's why it's the great speed limit. So, however you're going faster than light is by literally breaking the universe on some fundamental level. It's the only way to do it. Like you have to exit our universe and come back through it through like warp travel, basically, like you do in 40K, or through wormholes, or like the webway with pocket dimensions or whatever. Like you have to. There's no version of you just having a big enough rocket engine or nukes behind you or whatever. Like that's literally physically impossible. So that's the whole problem with FTL, is that you have to re you have to rewrite the rules of physics to get a faster speed of movement from point A to point B.
I'm gonna be the first human being to realize that all you gotta do is crouch twice and then jump, and you can fire a Hadouken.
So
holy shit!
So here's why I say.
That yet.
So here's why I say there are three versions of when you discover it that's relevant to like aliens and like how prevalent they are in the universe. I think because the sheer vastness of the universe, there absolutely has to be aliens elsewhere somewhere because we exist. Like we're talking, we're finding out like in very recently, very recently, in the last couple years, that it is more common for planets to be around stars, and that actually there are more planets outside of solar systems than in solar systems. The amount of planets in, like, even within our galaxy is monumental, and that's even compared to the amount of stars we know that are in our galaxy, which is already like ludicrous. And this is one galaxy of like billions and billions and billions of galaxies. So like the amount of land mass, if you will, or ocean mass, if you will, because water is an extremely common material. Like all these like weird sci-fi like narratives of like aliens looking for water, or you wandering the universe looking for water is so dumb. Water's everywhere. Water's so common in the universe. It's hilarious. But there's water everywhere. So a lot of it's frozen, sure, but plenty of it is not either, because the universe, at least within galaxies, space is not even that cold. Once you get within a certain range of a star, space actually becomes very hot. And I'm talking about like in the middle of nothing. Like you're not near any bodies of planets or anything. Like what is it, like when you're on the moon, you can go from like hundreds of degrees minus to hundreds of degrees positive Fahrenheit based on like where you are in relation to the sun hitting you, right? So like there's a lot of real estate that life could form on in theory. Like it's just everywhere. So the question is how easy it is to get FTL is the first big one. And if there is no FTL, it's literally impossible to get FTL, then aliens could not have gone here. Because it has not been literally enough time in the entirety of the universe's existence for them to get here from anywhere that we wouldn't be able to tell that either someone's been there, or the light hasn't gone here yet to tell us, because light goes in like astronomical terms rather slowly considering the distances involved. So like the whole like astronomy is archaeology type deal, because like the nearest star is 4.3 light years away, so it takes 4.3 years for the light from there to hit here. So if that star, I forget the name of the star, if that star just winked out, like it blew up, we wouldn't know for 4.3 years, because the light would stop hitting us then. It's like the whole thing, if our sun exploded or like disappeared, like just went away, we wouldn't know for like 8 minutes or something like that, because it takes like 8 minutes just for light to hit from the sun to us. So if you're talking,
I think it's much simpler. I think it's like they're doing the exact same thing that we would do if we were genuinely at that point and we came across a civilization that could potentially reach that on their own. I feel like we just would not fuck with them. We'd let them do their own thing and evolve on their own pace without like manipulating it really. Study them from a distance and try to stay out of sight as best you can. And I think exactly that is happening.
well, here's
Like,
the
they keep coming
weird.
down to like study shit here and there, but in reality, they're just letting us do our thing until we
Well,
eventually reach their level on our own time.
yeah, I mean that's because there's like two. That's because when you get to the two FTL types is when you have, like, you have to have the clarity. Because if it's FTL is really hard, then their technology is so advanced that it's actually shocking we even know that they're there at all. Because they should be able to just bend the universe to their will, like immense amount of technology.
I saw there was a thing
it would
that's
just look
like,
like magic to us, literally.
like
But if it's FTL is relatively easy, like I said, like we unlock in 50 to 100 years from now, right? Then it would make a bit more sense. But in either case, you're looking at the situation of like, you know what is rare in the universe, which is not like raw materials or water or air or any of that. None of that's rare. You know what is rare? Life.
true love.
Well, actually, yeah. Like another intelligent species to not be alone in the universe, right? That's rare. Which
Take your prediction.
which
What year do we finally fuck an alien species? What year does it happen?
it never happens.
1986. That's it's already happened. Or the whole probing theory? Yeah, that counts, bitch.
Could not happen. At least not without
Pegged by an
massive
alien.
biological rewriting.
They may call him a little green man, but I'll tell you what, he ain't little in that regard.
Well,
Motherfucker stretched me for hours.
do you remember World at War? The movie?
Wow. I never watched it.
Really? Oh, I forget. You just slightly too young for that, huh?
Hey, I watched the original Star Wars trilogy on VHS when I was younger.
Okay. World at War had Martians in giant death tripods show up and just start wrecking us. We had no good response at all. All of our military, even the military might have the US military, was like nothing compared to that, right? We still survived and won. You know why? Any time they took any kind of damage that allowed our atmosphere to get into them, they died soon after. Because like it wasn't like heat or air pressure. No. It was the biosphere. Because every like cubic inch of air is absolutely swimming with microbes that are perfectly attuned to our biosphere. They came from another planet. They don't have anything like anything here and nothing to defend against it. Meaning that our microbes went right in and like wrecked shop, like hardcore. That was literally
My
the
microbes
ending
could
of.
beat up your microbes in a fight. It's like the new my dad could beat up your dad.
Well-
and my microbes could beat up your microbes.
Well, the thing is,
Dude,
like
my
because
microbes
of the
would kick your
way,
microbes fucking
because of the way
ass. Oh my
microbes
God,
work.
It wouldn't even be a fight.
Well, the thing
Get
is, like,
slaughtered.
because how microbes work, the new microbes are always the better microbes.
Oh, so I would
Always.
fucking shit wipe you left, right, and center, Tuesday through Wednesday.
Well, it's like that's why we have vaccines. You know how vaccines like work, right?
Ah, fuck. You're taking performance-enhancing drugs for your microbes over here?
Yes.
Ref?
Actually, that's literally correct.
There's no way this shit's allowed.
So
You're
I've
cheating.
so the way I see it is that
Microbe steroids.
you'd have to massively rewrite the biology of said person to allow anything like that. But going back to the FTL thing, if FTL is hard, then they're hyper advanced, like so incredibly advanced that for all we know right now they already like dominate most of the Milky Way, have just like staked claims, built Dyson swarms. Like the most of the Milky Way is actually dark because all the stars are surrounded by floating solar panels basically, and that we are just living out like the last like hundreds of thousands of years of the last light rays slowly traveling towards us. But
POV, my microbes saw your microbes while driving down the block.
yeah, exactly.
And also they're in England.
Oof. Or FTL's easy, and yeah, then there's an actual chance of if they did decide to go hostile, then
The
we
moment
would
a
have a
scientist
chance.
discovers the FTL, the same minute it's discovered, aliens just instantly reveal themselves, and they're like, "About fucking time! Holy shit! Like
That's
it's against
very
the law to interact with you until you get this technology on your own, and you fuckers took forever.
That's-
Stop killing each other! Goddamn!"
I think it's actually
They're
very.
just
I
like
think
flaming us for taking so long.
I think it's actually
We all
very
learned
likely.
English. All of us know all of your languages. You took that fucking long.
I think that's actually very likely. I think that might literally be the case as soon as we unlock it. That might literally, like I said,
So
if
funny.
FTL is like just
They have some, like,
moderately
advanced, like,
moderately
physics
easy.
blocking us until we figure it out.
What's that?
They have some giant like high-tech blanket blocking us from seeing any aliens around us until we figure it out. Then they release the blanket, and it's like, oh fuck. So you're telling me we were looking at a fake galaxy this
It's
whole time,
more-
and there's aliens everywhere?
It's less likely about blocking aliens from us and more like blocking us from all the aliens. Because remember, like
They saw
if
that we had nukes, and they were like, okay, let's just make sure they never get FTLs.
oh no, not that. You know why? Because if anyone wanted to knock out a planet, you know how easy it is to knock out a planet? Dude, it's so easy. Forget nukes. Nukes are nothing. Nukes are garbage in reality. You know what's actually horrifying? It's just ballistics. You take like like the whole tungsten rods from God's thing? If you have enough power, no, if you have well yeah, dropping it for like just knocking out bunkers and stuff or tanks or whatever. Sure. If you want to crack a planet, you just need like not even that much acceleration when you're talking about astronomical like units of measurement, right? Like you can you can even use planets.
A grain of sand being launched at the speed of light at Earth instantly destroys the entire planet.
Right, like this is why like say futurists like say Isaac Arthur, when they talk about space colonies, they're like, we wouldn't terraform planets. Planets are dumb. Because plants are super expensive to like make into our biosphere. We can just make stuff from scratch way cheaper that just float around. And you know what the best part about that is? We just need them strong enough that they can take like low level weapons and just general like existing. But the big thing is because when big weapons show up, they can crack a plane with no problem at all. You just shoot out of the way. You just turn on the thrusters, because anything's going to be coming at you very fast is not so fast that you wouldn't see it coming, so you just move out of the way. That planet, however, has a fixed like way it's going. We are already like loop stuff around. Well, we already loop like satellites around the moon and stuff to slingshot it. You can do that with a tungsten rod, not even have that much acceleration. I'd loop it like slingshot it around the moon's gravity, and that alone might be enough to crack our crust and not nuke and just knock us out of the game entirely. It's super once you get into space age like a real space age technology, it's super easy to knock out planets. It's even easy to knock out suns. Yeah, basically. Like, yeah, pretty
Right,
much.
the forbidden hula hoop. Annihilate.
Right, so it's way more about protecting us from anyone else that wanted to like knock us out for some reason. That's way more likely if aliens are actually fairly common or FTL is fairly common. It's way more about like protecting us from them because they could have knocked us out any moment as soon as they knew that we were here. And the odds are we might be able to see it coming, but whatever we saw coming, it would be nothing we'd be able to counter. Not really. Um, I mean, because here's the thing. If it's so simple, you need like say a tungsten rod, okay? Say you send one and we send up like say a missile to knock it off course or something like that, deflect it. You know how many resources any space age technology has? It wouldn't be one, it would be trillions. Because they would ensure that whatever defenses we had to take out their relatively cheap way of knocking us out. If it's
Some, like,
relatively
Iran
cheap,
bullshit.
yeah, if it's relatively cheap to send at us, then they just send out so many of us, so many of them that whatever it is, we can't possibly block all of it, right? Because the resources available to a space technology. Because see, it's like the other thing. Once you get off your core planet and you're at space stations and stuff, if
No,
what population limits do you have? Like, first off, you are post scarcity. So anyone that was like holding back from having kids because of their economic woes, that's not really a thing anymore, is it? So if like people want kids, they're gonna have kids. So you're gonna see a population boom, and with that population boom means more workers and scientists and engineers and everything else. And as well, once you're off your core rock, then you have access to just free real estate of all your surrounding planets and asteroids and gas clouds and gas giants.
Saying how like Earth is actually like one of the least rich planets in draw resources. And you're looking at it, like there are lots of planets that are just basically made entirely out of resources, and there's nothing that we can't use ridiculously.
Yeah, it's like Earth
Like
has
some
a
of the resources are incredibly rare that we use for everything here. It's like cobalt. It's like our entire planet's made out of nothing but cobalt. Like
yeah, no, there's definitely yeah, no, when you look outside of our inside of our solar system, Earth managed to get a large like grab of stuff. It's just our solar system kind of sucked for resources to begin with. But we actually managed to get a pretty wide swath of stuff. So like we have a little well, yeah, what I'm saying is we have a little bit of everything, but we don't have a
some
lot
places
of the
are made
good
out of
stuff.
diamond.
There's literally a planet we found that is like 100% diamond.
Yeah.
Yeah, stuff like wacky stuff like that. Um, so yeah, no, once we get into like as soon as you were able to properly harness space,
Dude,
you know,
imagine
like mining drones, for example, it's like infinite resources like overnight.
marriage in 10,000 years from now when we're a society that can harness like a solar system's power. And it's just like instead of getting your wife like a diamond ring, you get her a small planet that's made out of diamond that they transport around and have like on display outside of your home space station.
Here's what's more relevant to marriages. When you have that many resources, you probably have shot your technology even faster than we are now, which I mean, you're probably immortal at that point. You are probably super strong, super fast, super intelligent, live for
Already
millennia.
found a way to make rats immortal.
Did we? Really? That's
Yeah,
cool.
we found there's a certain thing we can inject into rats. I swear it comes from like cockroaches or some shit.
That
They can
makes
inject
sense.
into rats that makes them live longer and longer and longer. And they've gotten a rat up to like typically rats only live like max 4 to 5 years, right? They have one right now that is actively alive at 60 years old. 60. Like holy shit.
Oh man, there's like it's like I found like an article here, but you have to literally like pay. Yeah, it's like in like a legitimate academic article that is still being peer reviewed and stuff.
Yeah, I just got reminded of that the other day.
Yeah. But yeah, no, like you're probably gonna be immortal, super smart, super fast, super strong. You will be a superhero, basically. Everyone will be a super. It'll be the Incredibles, and if everyone's super, No one is. Like, yeah, that's how. So imagine like figuring out marriage in a society where everyone's an immortal Superman. Good luck.
It lasts for 100 years before you have to get it renewed, otherwise it automatically cancels.
Yeah, it's like squatters' rights in reverse.
It's like an Asari marrying a human in Mass Effect. It's like he's got to stick it out for a century, and then you can fuck off with a different one if you don't like him.
That's
That's like an
actually,
exact quote that they
yeah,
say.
no, I know. I just realized that. I know, you're right. It's like, well, that's also like elves and dwarves marrying humans in D&D.
True.
Sup, no me? What even is that emote? It's like Pepe hitting himself.
Pepe suicide emote.
Oh, right. I'm trying to look at their social stream. I need to pull up D Live and look at it. Oh, is that cheering? What is that? It won't tell me. It won't tell me what this is. It might be fist bumping. It might be him hitting himself. I don't know. But welcome to the stream. It's mostly us just, shooting it about sci-fi nonsense and aliens. Currently anyway.
Yeah, first it was ghosts, then it was aliens.
Yeah. At some point I just gave up on painting out. I'm tired.
The whole point I brought up the aliens thing is because I started the ghost things because I was fucking around with one of my players, or with all my players doing ghosty shit around them, and then revealed that it's actually a person who ate the fuck. Blah.
Nice. Good. That was perfect. Pro streamer moment right there. That actually reminds me though, if you do end up getting a computer scene and joining Assie's game, you can't tell them what you know. They don't know yet. Still.
What do I know?
The stuff about
Shit, I'm
Viso.
going to be really good at that job.
Oh, just literally everything you know about my wizard character.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, which some of them now watch the stream too, by the way. I can't talk about them anymore. Like, just period.
Bro, I know that feeling.
It's like, ah, man. Because we're like 2 months in and still no one has any idea what's going on. And it's perfect. It's worked perfect so far. No one has any clue. And next level is when it could start like really formulating and popping up. But no one knows. Ironically, I have just continued to be put into a position of actually doing it better and better and better. Oh, so to answer the thing earlier, Viso is put in the council seat of trade and diplomacy, which also means I get control over our spies.
Stick one on each player character except for yours.
Well, the spy master is another player character, so who's a changeling with like expertise in deception and persuasion, and I will soon have expertise in intimidation. So we have all of the social things covered.
Nice.
I got that because, quote from the cleric, who's good at talking? Viso? And I'm like, wait, really? Everyone's ticked off as soon as I start talking, then 4 hours later everyone realizes I'm right. and he's like, yeah, exactly. I'm like, ah, son of a. I was trying to go for architecture because we have no artificers despite having like 15 player characters, and I'm the one that ends up drafting all the designs for stuff. Because like Viso's like basically a wizard physicist. So
Wizicist.
yeah, wizicist. So he's the closest thing we have to an engineer. But nah, they wanted they were like, nah, all the developments like end up falling under the other like 5 things, which the cleric just kind of made up arbitrarily. I mean, it's not the worst system. I was just trying to go for a system that would contain the power players. Like I said, there were 5 people that anytime anything happened, either they would get involved or they were already involved. Right? No matter what was happening, they were somehow there, and they were also the highest, like, willpower. I don't mean that as stats, I mean, like, the actual character is the most, like, willful will do stuff if they're allowed to, type of deal. So I was like, we do a council of 5 of these people because that will keep some sense of stability, because they're going to be the ones involved anyway.
Oh, I finally remember what I was going to mention. They ate the Geist fruit. That's what it was called.
This is
made
the
up
One Piece game.
Yeah,
Son
the
of
One Piece
they
game.
kill me.
They ate the fucking Geist fruit, and it was like they were on an island that's a big ass country that's completely banned people eating or using devil fruits at all ever, because they think you just die when you eat them. Because the first person to eat a fruit on the island was the king's daughter. She ate the Geist fruit, which gained ghost powers, and just immediately it just died. Just eats the fruit, dies. That's what happens. In reality, they have like left their body, because what that fruit gives you the ability to do is to leave your body as like a ghost form and then possess other people's bodies and even go back into theirs. But they didn't know what the fuck was going on, and they were like a 6-year-old. So they just ate that fruit, dies. And then everyone was like, all right, guess it just kills you then. And they saw the king just banned it outright from everyone, like just devil fruits in the place at all. Because they think they're just poison that kill you, and it's all a lie.
That is
50 years later, the party encounters or goes through a whole bunch of ghost shit over the course of like 10 sessions, being hinted at this, that, the other thing. They finally commit to like figuring it out for 2 or 3 sessions. And now they figured it out and like got their body back, because the devil fruit had maintained their body, like preserved it, because it locks you in time essentially. Like you can't age anymore physically, so your body's just stuck like that. So as long as you don't actually die and you're just using your fruit powers, their body's fine. It's not decomposing right.
That's
They
actually
found it, got it
real
back to them,
poggers.
and,
Actually.
yeah, they found it, got it back to them. And that was like the end of the last session. They got it back. They sat back up, opened their eyes, and were like, "I'm alive!" And
That is such a overpowered fruit. Also, that's both like that entire circumstance is both hilarious, and I can tell I'm tired because I hate it anyway, just because it's One Piece at this point.
The way I'm
like I'm just biased.
possessing other people, like the way I'm balancing this thing being able to possess. Well, obviously they got to make a saving throw where it doesn't happen. And on top of that, if the person who's been possessed, they take any damage at all, or the body of the person who's possessing takes any damage, they get kicked out of it. So it kind of works like if you polymorph something into a frog, you know? Like the second it takes any damage, it's just going to turn back anyways. So it's not like you can just possess an OP thing and stand there and kill it.
Oh.
You touch it, it kicks you out.
That actually reminded me. You know how okay, do you remember any of Viso's specific backstory? I don't remember if I ever like sent it to you or told you or anything about it.
No, I don't.
Okay. Well, anyway, there was one point where the cleric got kind of close to figuring him out, because he started poking around about his like backstory, and after I gave a very like surface level, it didn't really reveal anything super relevant or poignant. They didn't push on it. Like I made it clear, like I think I said literally, like, some things happened, I'm the only one left now, that's it. And they didn't push deeper than that, which was good. But it was like when this finally gets revealed, when the whole character thing becomes a thing, like they learn everything. Some of them I know are gonna be like, "See, he was a liar," and I'm be like, "You never asked the right questions. I have never actually lied." I have
basically scammer.
I mean, well, like, here's the thing. Like, are statements that leave things out, are those lies, or is that just me not telling
If
you
you were
everything?
being sued for withholding important information, would it go through? Would you lose that lawsuit?
Define importance.
Intentionally withholding important information.
Well,
from
define
various
important. What's important?
Something that could create great bodily harm or death or mental instability or pain.
I would win that, actually. I have never withheld information that was relevant to things that were occurring.
Withheld information with intentionally withheld information with nefarious intent.
No. Because actually the intent for using the things I'm holding back will still be to the party's benefit. What's that?
Maybe probably be fine.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's part of the gimmick. That's part of the gimmick is that they don't find out until it.
Make all that mean nothing, and the court would just fucking get you on 50 other charges anyways.
Well, that's the thing. That's part of the gimmick.
Lying, but you're still this, so we're gonna fucking.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Well, it's like, ironically, we've broached a bunch of, like, the different, like, weird topics before and had a bunch of different, like, responses to it. But, like, at the end of the day, it's the whole gimmick is like, yes, I'm going to do this, and you're going to end up approving of it, even though I have kept this from you this entire time. And you know, it was my business to do so, you know, whatever. It wasn't relevant. Now it is. Now I need to do it. And now you just get to deal with that now. Like,
what a team player.
I mean, listen, literally last night, one of the players DMs me, that one I've not even had a lot of interaction with, and it was like, hey, I just want to say, good leadership out there. Because basically I formed the new government. I pushed and pushed and pushed to ensure there was a form of government that actually would, like, hold things together and had some rigidity and legitimacy in actual day-to-day practice and would push us forward. And it took literally like 4 hours of OOC talking to get like enough people that mattered on board to form it. And that now we're actually beginning to make immense, like, large scale, long-term progress almost instantly. And everyone knows that was mostly me doing it. And that has consistently been the case. In multiple crises, it was Visa that stepped up and solved the problem. Some of them single-handedly, might I add. And, like, you know, at every turn, basically. At every turn that Visa's around, he has stepped up to help in some way, even when people were, like, basically sharpening pitchforks against him. That's already been the case. There's one player in particular that they're not the player, the character. They are never not in character, so I have no idea how the player feels. But even in OOC, they're in character. I'm not joking. They're never not in character, which is fine. I have no idea what the player feels, which is fine. I also don't care. But the character straight up hates Visa. Hates him. Everything he does. He is straight up trying to screw me up on every level that his character can reasonably be part of. And it's pretty funny. Yeah, just recently we saved a guy from goblins who had stolen from the goblins, and several people were like, I don't think we should trust him. He admitted to being a thief was a big part of it, right? And Viso is back on the castle walls watching through his familiars, because the flock of familiars gives me like a mile range, because it only lasts an hour and takes up my concentration slot. So I had my 3 owls circling the situation. And at a certain point, when we kind of had the guy more or less on our side and other people were dealing with the goblins, I flew 2 of my owls down, landed them on his shoulders, and another owl flew around him, making like a border that, like, just made it clear to everyone, like, even though Viso's not here, can't actually talk, Viso's, like, stepped in now. Viso's claimed this guy, whatever that means. Mm-hmm. And, like, anytime anyone started looking at him weird or like talking aggressively at him or like moving towards him, all the owls would just suddenly, like, you know, their wings would pop out and they like screech at the thing. So it's like very clear. And these are, by the way, not just owls, they're familiars. So they're either celestial, fae, or fiend. They are fiend. These are pitch black with glowing red eyes. They want your soul. Devils. They're devils. They are straight up devils, and everyone knows they're devils. It knows that these owls, if I allowed them to do what they wanted, even my heart would be ripped out of my chest. These are spiteful, cruel, horrific creatures. I have bent to my will.
Physically or emotionally ripped out of your chest?
Both.
Are they just gonna like tell you things you didn't want to hear?
No, it's like the level of animosity that they would like do it to my friends in front of me and then do it to me if they could. But they're very small and weak, fiendish spirits that had not fully like coalesced into a proper devil form that I grabbed. Basically, that's the backstory. Pretty early on, basically. I was like, well, I don't have a lot of power, but I have enough power to do this. Yoink, yoink, yoink. 3 owls, mine. They're not even.
I catch the stray cat who's been walking around.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's me.
Pretty much. They're not even
Yoink, 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 you're
yeah,
mine
they're
now.
not even owls. I just force them to be in owl form. They're just kind of nebulous, like they're just energy, basically. Really spiteful energy.
The ferret I refer to as a cat.
Yeah, basically. That's actually more accurate. You go outside and grab the wandering street ferret and
Just
call
like
it a cat.
fucking weasel out the ground.
Yeah, it's exactly the energy. It's exactly the energy of
Rip a
this.
weasel out the ground.
So it's these so basically once the situation had been concluded with the goblins, one of the owls like pecks the side of the guy's head to get his attention and looks back at the castle. It's pretty clear and obvious communication, like, hey, the thing having these things on you wants you to go over there. And he's like, well, I mean, the owls are like telling me to do that, guys, so I guess I'm going to do it. But the whole rest of the party just like looking at, because like only like 2 other people stayed back on the castle walls.
The owl guides.
Yeah, basically, like I guess like a guy over there has like decided I'm going over there. Like, right, yeah. A couple of the players.
Allow familiars to point, and that solves most familiar communication issues.
Pretty much, yeah.
Pointing can be extremely descriptive, apparently.
I mean,
especially when my players start pulling shit like, okay, so I do the an enemy is coming in 15 minutes point, and I just have to like slap my forehead and be like, shut the fuck up and roll me a performance. If you don't roll a nat 20, not only does this not work, but your familiar dies somehow. Recompense for your bullshit.
But yeah, just pointing, and then the guy's like, well, I guess I'm going over there because these owls are demanding to do so.
Under your throat,
and then,
like slit your throat.
Pretty much, yeah. Oh, the owl just here's the thing. These owls are so like they are so clearly fiendish that them just looking at you gives you the feeling of like they're doing that at all times. They don't need to actually physically do it. You just know that like if you don't do whatever they're being told to tell you to do, they're gonna take your throat out. Like, yeah.
Like the fucking 8 demonic owl eyes.
Pretty much, yeah, actually.
Just
Yeah,
Google
these are
like a Hulu boss. You'll see the head. What I'm talking about. Demon owl.
it's so bad that like so we have a goblin. Sup, Zophiana? Yeah, you're not late at all. Definitely not. It's only 1:15. Definitely not late. We're talking D&D. I kind of gave up on painting a while ago. So these owls are so bad that when I first got them, we have a goblin party member, and she was like, I am going to make these owls my friends. I'm going to get them like the best treats. And I'm like, don't even bother. They are not going to become your friends. I'm telling you right now. They're not my friends. They are here because I forced them to be here.
At best.
Not even that. They are like straight up like they are slaves. They are slaves, and that is it. They will not be your friends. They aren't my friends. They are no one's friends. They are not here to be friends. They're here to be efficient. That is all they're here to be.
You're a grung with a frog familiar, and you refer to it as your coworker.
Actually, we have Wombat's character has like a frog thing that comes out every now and again called Stir Toad, I believe it is, or something like that, or Stir Frog. Which, by the way, is an absolute shad of a familiar for other reasons. I'm not going to get into that right now. But anyway, so the owls are like, yeah, go over there. That's it. That's all that's happening. And they're giving all the other players, like, back off or else type vibes. And, like, it's working for the most part. And then a couple of the characters that, like, kind of know that, like, if Visa's trying to do something, it's probably for the right reasons. They eventually like vouch for it, and like eventually he gets over to the castle, and it's like, hey, I'm the owl guy. I saw it. I saw some things that tell me you are really smart, so like you're gonna help me, right? Because I'm one of the wizards here. Oh, they finally figured out that I'm a wizard and not a warlock. It took until level 5, but they did figure out finally that I am actually a
What
wizard.
spell did you cast that's not on the warlock tree that made them figure it out? Motherfucker was like, greater restoration, and they were all like, huh?
I
What?
remember it was on one of the fishing trips. We've had like 3 like just social outing fishing trips.
That sounds pretty bog.
Well, I mean, it is because I mostly cast illusions because I say I'm an illusionist. That I use illusions of illusory fish to guide fish near the shore, and then I knock them out with Eldritch Blast, and then I use Mage Hand and just pluck them out of the water, and I just get a pile of fish next to me in like 5 minutes, because it's all cantrips. I can do that literally all day. I can have piles and piles and piles
You're
of
the
fish.
reason the DM has to worry about fish population density.
Yeah, that actually has come up. Yeah. Yeah, that actually has come up. That I'm not joking.
Yeah, it's your fault. You're the reason it's come up.
There's a weird little creature. I don't remember the name of the species, but he has a thing where once a week you can trade fish to him for yeah, Sophia, we'll talk about the Space Marines thing in just a minute. Actually, I do want to go over that. You can trade fish to him for a scroll, like a spell scroll, once a week. And like before Viso learned that was only once a week, Viso first tried 1 fish, got a scroll, and it was like Long Strider, I think. It's like, all right, well, whatever. I mean, it's a scroll, I guess. So like, I get some gold later, and then I guess I have Long Strider, whatever. Because it's still better than before, where like all the wizards were getting their 2 spells per level up, and that was it. Like, we're all real starved for spells, so like, give us anything. It's better than what we had, right? Viso then leaves and comes back with a literal bucket overflowing with fish. It's like, all right, give me everything you got. Because like fish, it's like I can get you fish, right? Or like we also had like a squirrel I had to like trade acorns with. It was partially for a joke, but like we had a character that like talks to critters a lot, and they had a squirrel, who was like, I want basically it was like it was like 15 good high quality acorns per day for like 3 days of doing this thing.
High quality acorns. Let's
Yep,
go.
yep.
And then fucking dog
And
shit low quality acorns.
yeah, and I'm like,
dude.
I'm laughing to myself. You know what I did, right? I have 3 owls that can fly out to a mile and still remain in telepathic range. You know how I had like 3 buckets full of like hundreds of acorns in an hour because like it's owls looking for acorns. Like it's owls. But okay, let me finish up with the other guys so I can talk to Sophiana here. You know that guy, he was a historian. We got the library settlement development upgrade instantly because I got the guy into the fort and got him to stick around. While multiple people were trying to like send him on his way because he was a mid thief. I'm like, realize that could have been 3 weeks of someone trying to develop the library. I got that instantaneously, right?
Yeah.
Like
on the fishing thing.
Yeah.
My One Piece crew would always fish just 24/7 on ship downtime while traveling across the ocean. Until one day they were fishing and they got the like you roll a D100 on the chance chart and they got the 1 option one time and they pulled a fucking Sea King out of the water. They haven't fished once since. As I sent it in chat in the voice chat's text chat, that's a Sea King. Look on the big spotted one's nose. That's a full size like caravel.
The lake where we took over, I look up Sea King and I got a helicopter.
It's in the chat in the Discord.
Oh, okay. Which chat?
Caravel, the dot on top of that giant thing's
Which
nose.
chat?
They pulled
We're
something like that.
we're in like 3 different Discords together. Which Discord are you talking
It's
about?
the one for the voice chat we're currently in.
Oh,
Text chat
right.
for the voice chat we're in.
That's like the only thing in the server that doesn't give me. Oh, gross.
Notification. Yeah, huge as fuck. Like that tiny thing on its nose.
That's a ship.
Caravel. Yeah, so they pulled something like that, albeit not as big as those, but like I'd say about 2/3 that size out of the water, and it almost all died when fighting it, and had to get a new ship after. They never fished again because it was just like it's not worth the fucking risk of getting maybe a 2 days worth of food from fishing all day.
We took this lake from 2 named eel dragons. So we found the lake, was checking it out. Eel dragons came up. We fought them. We killed them. It was a 4-hour boss fight with 11 player characters at level like 3, I think. It was amazing, actually. It was super cool. It was actually really, really cool. We had a lot of like really like high like yes D&D moments. But yeah, okay. I will go into a lot more of this stuff later. Sophiana, are you still there? Because we're gonna talk about Space Marines for like 15 minutes, and I'm gonna get off and get some food and then probably go to bed because I actually have like work to do in mornings now.
Cut back to an hour and a half ago where you said exactly that.
Yeah, I know. Right? Well, you know, I'm not even painting anymore. I don't even know what the stream is anymore.
What's even on the screen? Are you just sitting there?
Yeah, just like the mini I was painting, like just sitting on there.
Put some 24/7 Subway Surfers on the screen.
Right. Okay, so okay, still there. Okay, let's talk about the Space Marine reveals. All right. Actually, there we go. I'm gonna put the Space Marine reveals on the screen. That's what we'll do. We'll put Warcom on the screen. I'm sure GW won't mind. There we go. All right, let's talk about Space Marines real quick. Okay.
Assassinated.
Yeah. Right.
The
all right.
Pinkertons show up at your front door.
So, Zofia, you mentioned the Vanguard spirits. We'll talk about that first, and then I'll talk about why for like the Raven Guard one, the other one is way better. Floating out of being helpful. Now I'll just change the camera angle slightly. Okay, so it is like green screen is like free floating, which actually works better because now if I hit it, I don't have to reset every time. It usually falls back into perfect alignment. It's pretty good. Okay. So the Vanguard Spearhead, Detachment Rule, Shadow Masters. Each time a ranged attack targets an targets an Adeptus Astartes unit. So anything in your army, if you're pure Adeptus Astartes, right? I know Zophiana's running a Canis Rex, but you know, whatever. That was
sorry.
I don't know what it is, but like
I'm sorry. I'll be quiet now.
that audio was good on the stream side. In my ears, I might be bleeding. I don't know why.
Turned super loud.
Well, no, well, maybe I don't know.
Did you just turn my thing down on Discord all low? So it's actually
Oh yeah, no, I did. I did actually. I don't know why it's so. I wasn't like this before. I don't know. I'll play with that later. Okay. Anything Astartes in your army, these two things apply. Each time a ranged attack targets an Adeptus Astartes unit from your army, unless the attacking wall is within 12 inches, subtract 1 from the hit roll, and a target has the benefit of cover against that attack. So, in practical terms, what that means is outside 12 inches when you get shot at, they have -1 to hit, and when it is -2, so -2 armor penetration or better, so -3, -4, -5, it is, you get +1 to your armor save. So -2 becomes effectively -1. -1 and 0 don't matter because you're still on your normal save because you cannot have it better than a 3 up to save, and everything in Astartes starts at 3 up. I think except for like servitors.
We call them the Astartes.
Yeah, right. So like cover does not help Space Marines until -2 or better. And cover is relatively easy to get if you're trying to get it. Because it only helps you at -2 or better, I usually don't even try. I run straight at you. Whatever the shortest distance between me and you there is, I am in your face because I am trying to get to the mid objective first. We'll get back to that in a second. So -1 to hit, pretty good. Actually, not too bad. It helps. They cover only when they're really shooting bigger guns at you. Really, because even like anti-armor against your armor, you get a -1. So like neg 4 will never guarantee damage. I guess that's the single biggest thing it helps you, is if you get shot at a bunch of neg 4 like Meltas, for example, you still will get a 6-up save. It does not completely destroy your armor. The stratagem they showed off is a battle tactic, so your captains can double do it and do it for free. Strike from the shadows. In your shooting phase, select one Adeptus Astartes infantry unit from your army that has not been selected to shoot this phase. Till the end of the phase, each time a model in your unit makes a ranged attack that targets an enemy unit that is more than 12 inches away, improve the ballistic skill and armor penetration characteristics of that attack by 1. If one or more enemy models are destroyed as a result of those attacks, select one of those destroyed models. That destroyed model's unit must take a battle shock test. So, the interesting thing is that all at 12 inches away, they're both the exact same effect, just benefit you or negate them. It's both ballistic skill and its armor penetration. The battle shock test can be nice because if it goes off, you can flip an objective. You can, in theory, flip an objective. Because if they fail their battle shock, they can't. Their OC goes to 0. That's the biggest single thing that does. However, it is stuck to infantry. A lot of the infantry you would theoretically want. A lot of the weapons are heavy already. Like the ones that let's see. Intercessors, heavy intercessors, infiltrators, and I think maybe incursors, all have heavy. So and they're shooting at 3-up anyway. So as long as they don't move, they're hitting on 2-ups regardless. Which if you're trying to stay more than 12 inches away, probably didn't move. So I guess you could theory have that one way or another. It's only infantry, and in theory, because ballistic skill 1 and armor penetration going up, you probably want this on bigger guns. Like the single best one I can think of for this is Hellblasters. That's what would be helped the most. And Desolation. That was the next one I was going to say. More ballistic skill for Desolation Marines because of the Desolation or Devastators. Like, for example, it would allow you to do what I was saying earlier in the stream. I was saying like either Las Cannon or Grav Cannon Devastators jumping out of a Razorback if they don't change any of the rules in that combo. Because Razorback, if it still exists when the Codex comes out, when you shoot something with the Razorback, and it hits something, if you had guys that got out of the Razorback in that same turn, they can re-roll the wound roll, which fixes the Oath of Moment nerf. So if you're, for example, you move up a Razorback, your Devastators got out of it, and the Razorback then shoots at the Oath of Moment target, it has rerolls to hit, full rerolls to hit on a 6 shots, and it just needs to hit, right? One of those is going to hit. Then the Devastators shoot, and ideally you'd be 12 inches away, so they would be hitting on 3s instead of 4s, because it's all heavy weapons that are 4s normally, because they're heavy, if you will. And you get more armor penetration. So Grav Cannons would be AP, I think, 2, because they're AP 1 now, I think. But Las Cannons would be neg 4, which is nice. And then you'd have rerolls to wound, in addition to the rerolls to hits. You have full rerolls to wound, full rerolls to hits. I was going to throw mine in with the Lieutenant, so they have lethal hits. So 6 to hit, you get auto wound, which is also nice. And with Grav Cannons, I figure that's actually fairly good. So that's an idea for that. Yeah, more ballistic skill and bull. Yeah, Desolation also help with this because it basically gives them ignore. It gives them the equivalent of ignore cover, and also more ballistic skill, which is always better. However, those are now limited to 5. It's also ironic to me that of all, like, again, they do the thing. They did the thing again. You know what they did? Hey, hey, Sai, you know what they did?
What did they
Again,
do?
they give Raven Guard rules that incentive. They've done this this is the third edition in a row. If it's some more stuff like this, it's the third edition in a row that they have given.
How dare they?
Exactly. To give Raven Guard rules that incentivizes you to use as heavy infantry as possible. They refuse to give them rules that actually benefit Phobos or sneaky stuff at all, like scouts or
Bastards.
Right. There was one stratagem in the old Raven Guard supplement that actually had like the Phobos keyword. And then Shrike himself has like Phobos keywords and stuff like that. That actually 9th edition gave you a whole bunch of stuff in theory. But even then, it wasn't that impressive, really. You still want a lot of really big guns, and especially like Eradicators and Aggressors and Assault Centurions, because you could do a bunch of abilities on the heaviest infantry possible that were just way better. Like the ability to deep strike any infantry. Why would you deep strike light infantry then? Deep strike heavy infantry. Duh. Like, not even elite infantry. Heavy infantry. The biggest, chunkiest, thickest infantry you got. Deep strike those. Obviously. Same with this. Like, right, like just basically like anything. But like the bigger the gun is, the more benefit this gives you. I suppose like the other thing, the other ones this would benefit massively from are like aggressors. Boltstorm aggressors. You gonna tell me like all their stuff's hang on 2s and their AP -1. Now, granted, I still think the Flamestorm whatever is still way better, and I'll explain why in a second. But like that would be pretty good on this. However, you have to be more than 12 inches away, which is really far away, because now how are you going to like charge them for your power fists? Actually, that gets into my main points to why I don't like this. I don't like either of these abilities. Do you know why? Are you taking notes, Zophiana? Here's why. Everything's based around being more than 12 inches away. You know where the most still sneaky stuff, just not with the stuff that was supposed to do the sneaky stuff with? Yeah, sneaky stuff, but yeah, right, but it's like if you're Raven Guard, the most aesthetically apt stuff was like the Phobos stuff and scouts and stuff and all that. None of that got like any real bonuses, so you know you didn't play them. Or I always played infiltrators, but I didn't really do anything with them. They would forward deploy on the objectives, and then they would just sit there. That's all they did. All the real work was done by giant tanks and Gravis dudes, and that's still how it's gonna play today. I'm not even taking Phobos. I'm not even considering Phobos right now in this edition. So, good, because here's why. The most, like me deep striking Sentis, exactly. Or I deep strike Eradicators almost every single game in 9th edition, because why would you not? You can just deep strike Melta rifles into Melta range instantly, like automatically. Amazing. I'm just gonna show up here. Here's the biggest thing. Regardless of what game type you end up with, or what deployment map, or what mission, or whatever, it doesn't matter. The most, like, the guaranteed points are in the midfield. Like the no man's land objective markers. Those are the only guaranteed points. So if you can take those and keep those, you are not only getting points, you are denying points, because they have those are the only ones that are guaranteed for them to have the exact same mission to do, is to also take those. So it's a double win for you. It's the only double, like, guaranteed double win, because they can get points off of doing other secondaries that you can't necessarily be denying while also doing yours. That's not a guaranteed like combination. That's just based on how the cards flop for the secondaries. The cards, flip over on secondaries. The objective markers, however, for every objective marker you control, is points that not only you're getting, but they're not getting. So it's a double whammy. So you want to get on those objectives, take them, and hold them. You know what is really hard to do when you are 12 inches away to get your benefits that you sorely need, because Space Marines are still not that good, being 12 inches away? You know what's way better than that? Having a bunch of benefits for being within 12 inches. So you take all your transports that are now good, roll up as fast as possible to the objectives, get out, and then say, come at me. Get within 12 inches. I dare you. because I'm going to hit you way harder than if you stayed away from me. That's incentivizing your opponent to stay away from you and your objective. You see why I'm still almost certain to go with the Firestorm Strike Force, or whatever it was called. Now, the other one that I think will play Raven Guard better in reality than this. I don't think this is a very good Raven Guard. You know what's better than this? It's actually the other one they showed off, the Stormlands Task Force. This is your Shrike and Vanguard Veteran and a Jump Pack Assault Intercessors and Lightning Claw, Terminator, Assault Squad. Like, this is that, okay? Detachment rule. Your entire army. This is your whole army. That are Astartes, anyway. Units from your army are eligible to declare a charge in a turn in which they advanced or fell back. All the time. There's no restrictions. Every single Astartes model unit at all times can advance or fall back and then still charge. Now, this gets way better after that, even though it's already very, very, very strong. This is so strong. Okay? Jump Pack Intercessors, the new Jump Pack Chainsword guys. Their unit rule, their special rule, which is, by the way, the only special rule we have confirmed to carry over into the Codex currently. Hammer of Wrath. Each time this unit ends a charge move, select one enemy unit within engagement range of, then roll 1d6 for each model in this unit that is within engagement range of the enemy unit. For each 4 up, that enemy unit suffers 1 mortal wound. That means, depending on what characters have access to leading them, that's up to 12 models. It's up to 12d6. That each 4 up suffers 1 mortal wound. That's like on average 6 mortal wounds, because it's like a 1 in 2 chance statistically, because it's 3 out of 6, right? And that's every time it enters a charge move. You can fall back and charge every single turn. You can advance and charge. So first turn, you are definitely charging in because they have a jump pack, so that means they have 12-inch move while ignoring terrain, and then advance, and then charge. And then next turn, if they're still alive, they can fall back and charge again. And then fall back and charge again. And fall back and charge again. And they're normal fallbacks. They're not desperate breakouts. So they would have to completely surround you to force a desperate breakout. So you're just getting mortal wounds for free. Now, granted, they can do Overwatch when you fall back, but you can play the whole chicken game of trying to get them to do Overwatch and stuff. You don't care if they Overwatch. Then, to ensure that you're not getting screwed for being too aggressive, you have the stratagem that they give you. Windswift Evasion. Now, Sai, you might realize this is pretty busted. 1 CP. Now, granted, it's a strategic ploy stratagem, so you can't double or freebie this. But 1 CP. When your opponent's movement phase just after an enemy unit ends a normal advance or fallback move, you target 1 Adeptus Astartes unit, any Adeptus Astartes unit. For, vehicles, walkers, anything, doesn't matter. From your army that's within 9 inches. It will pick something in your army, actually.
Oh.
Like anything, well, what I'm saying is anything in your army. It's not limited to infantry, characters, walkers, vehicles, nothing. It's just anything. It's literally anything.
It's just basically anything in your army.
Yeah. Well, like, these are really important because restrictions, like, can sometimes, like, make or break combos, right? But this, as far as what you can target with this, the only restriction that they say later is you cannot select a unit that's within engagement range of 1 or more units. So as long as it's non-melee, but it can be anything. So it could be a Land Raider full of Terminators. It could be a pack of Assault Intercessors that are, like, I mean, fairly squishy. They just hit really hard, right? The glass cannons. You know, whatever. It doesn't matter. So after your opponent makes a move in their movement phase, and they end that movement within 9 inches of the unit you're going to target with this, your target can make a normal move of up to 6 inches. So unless they ended their move within 6 inches of you, right? So like you have 9 inches, you got a 3-inch window where this happens. You move 6 inches directly away from them, you're out of charge distance. They can't charge you. They would have to have moved within 6 inches of you to begin with. And then, even then, every inch that you are further away adds how high they have to roll for them to get the charge successful. So let's say they get, let's say they do get just within that 6 inches, they have to now roll a perfect 12 on 2 dice. They have to roll boxcars to successfully charge you. So it makes it way harder. Like unnecessary. Like they just won't try it at that point. Zofia, you heard rumors of Vanguard gets the deep strike in. I also heard those rumors. That's probably true. I still don't think it makes up for the other. Like they'd still have to give like some kind of like big melee bonus or something so that even like, yeah, sure, you could deep strike stuff in there, but what are they going to do once they're there? You know what I mean? Like, because like here's the thing, right? The reason Assault Centurions were so horrifying for a little while before they nerfed them in 8.5, when Raven Guard was the strongest faction in the game, strongest sub-faction in the game, actually, was because you could drop 6 Assault Centurions with a captain within, or just at 9 inches away from the enemy's deployment zone, okay? What made that broken, it was not necessarily the Assault Centurions, which are pretty beefy in melee, don't get me wrong, but what really made them, like, absurd was the fact that they had a captain with them. Or actually, it wasn't even just a captain, it was any character you wanted. So that could be a chaplain. It could be a chaplain that gave massive melee buffs. I mean, like, obscene melee buffs back then. You could even give them the Raven Guard specific chaplain ability that gave them the ability to fall back and charge again. Which we had a whole bunch of different stratagems back then that triggered off charges. You also had like crazy shooting with those things because you could have like melta guns. You had like 2 melta guns per guy. 6 guys, 12 melta guns. So you fall back, shoot the thing next to the thing that you were just fighting with melta guns, and then charge him again. That's on top of the chaplain already doing his thing already, which the chaplains back then, in case you forgot, with like a relic and a self buff, because you would make them master of give them master sanctity and the relic mace, and then he could take the Raven Guard chaplain ability for the fallback advance or fall back, shoot, and charge. That's what it was. You could fall back, shoot, and charge within an aura around him when he activated his ability. Or no, he would choose a unit, and then they could do that. I think something like that. And then he would have an ability that he would then trigger to buff himself, and he would be like this monstrous beat stick, while also buffing the flexibility of the 6 Assault Centurions. So like the deep strike.
You're referring to my PP.
Yeah.
Monstrous meat stick.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why that was so brutal. It wasn't just the 6 Assault Centurions, which were kind of strong. It was because the way you could buff them back then, there were so many combos of so many stat buffs you could do and so many stratagems you could do because you started a game with 12 command points. You could actually get more than that if you really tried. That's what made Deep Strike so incredibly brutal. Deep striking Eradicators right now would be like annoying. It's not the most brutal thing ever. You know what makes Eradicators potentially brutal now? You fly them in with a Storm Raven, which basically is the same thing as giving them Deep Strike, except they can get out turn 1 where you want them to, is the fact that you can have them jump out onto an objective within 12 inches of an enemy, right on the edge of their deployment zone, and then shoot them. Let's say it's a vehicle or a monster, their ideal target, right? You then shoot them with 4 Melta rifles and 2 multi-Meltas with full rerolls to hit, to wound, and damage from their rule. And if for whatever reason, let's say they had scout or whatever, they had moved up, right? They're now within 9 inches for some reason. You get to reroll the damage roll if you want to, and all of that is now at strength 10 instead of strength 9. So like, let's say it's a Rhino profile or like your standard medium weight vehicle at a T10, you're now winning them on 4s instead of 5s, which is like a big bonus, right? So like, now that transports are good. Here's the big thing, actually. This is probably the single biggest thing, actually, was that Deep striking any infantry ever was so brutal in 8th and 9th because transports sucked. Transports made no sense. Transports, the guys had to get out at the beginning of the movement phase before the vehicle moved. Now they can get out at the end of the vehicle moving, and sometimes they can then do more stuff besides just shooting. So like, we don't need Deep Strike anymore. Why do you think I'm buying Land Raiders? Because Land Raiders have assault ramp. So even if I like got rid of heavy intercessors and filled them with aggressors assault centurions, I can roll them up with any detachment. They jump, roll them up all the way 2/3 of the way across no man's land, have them jump out, and now 3 inches closer, and then charge because of assault ramp. Like, we don't need Deep Strike anymore. And then on top of that, the Firestorm, whatever, gives you assault on all your guns, so you can advance and shoot. The Gladius Task Force, you can take Devastator Doctrine and advance and shoot, or you can take Assault Doctrine, advance and charge, or you can take this the Stormlance thing and get advance and charge through that. Like, there's no reason for Deep Strike anymore. Everything that you want a Deep Strike, you can either transport or already has Deep Strike, like Terminators. Terminators already have Deep Strike. I would still say throw them in a Land Raider because they would definitely get their charge off, seeing that they had a 15-inch movement at the start of the game. like Deep Strike doesn't mean nearly as much as it used to. Back when transports had no real purpose, that made a lot more sense. But now that all transports, every single transport in the game is valid for actually transporting things at a bare minimum. Like, Deep Strike doesn't mean anything. Sorry. Yeah, no, Raven Guard just kind of getting screwed again. But on the plus side, we're now required to take that detachment as Raven Guard now. We just take something that fits our playstyle better. Like, I'm doing like 5th and 9th company, basically. Heavy armor, Devastator stuff, big old guns. You want to go 3rd company and go super, like, jump packs and Shrike and all that. Take the Storm Lance and the new jump pack intercessors and ram them into people as hard as you can. Like, you can still play Raven Guard. I don't think the 4th company with stealth or the Vanguard company is like kind of the way to go right now. I mean, again, they could pull out more interesting stuff in it that would help it. But I mean, right now, But, we'll see when the full book comes out, obviously. This is a very small snippet, but this is probably the least interesting of the reveals they've shown so far. Or the leaks, for that matter. I think even the Iron Hands has got more interesting stuff going on than this. So, I hope I didn't break all your hopes and dreams, Fiona. But yeah, it's also like, it comes down to, like I said, it comes down to how you actually get victory points in the game. Because if you're not getting victory points, you're losing. Right? So, like, you gotta take No Man's Land. You gotta take No Man's Land and hold No Man's Land. If you can do that for even the center objective, and then push out from there where the opportunity arises, you will probably win the game. Because in most missions, that's 5 points gained and 5 points denied. That's effectively a 10-point increase to your lead. Right, Sai? That math is correct?
Some shit like that.
Yeah, like if it's 5 points, but it's also 5 points they could have gotten, it's effectively a 10-point lead you've gotten. Because at least in like tournament sets, it's based on how many points you get. Even like, it's not even necessarily victories don't necessarily count, it's just how many points you get. So like, for you to go higher, you need as many points as you can get. But yeah, denying them is also a big part of that. Well, I guess so. I guess like denying only really matters as far as the victory part goes, but I mean, still, like, you're trying to place, even if like let's say for example, all 3 of your games were really, really, really close, and you were like the 4 people involved in those 3 games, you and your 3 opponents were the best 4 people in that tournament. The amount of points you denied them now is a big part of determining who like gets top place in that tournament, right? Because it's all based on points gained. So you are trying to deny your opponent's points because they are also in the same runnings as you are. It's not actually based on victories. So yeah, it's all about getting in that midfield and holding it hard. So yeah, I'm still basically a Salamander. When I feel like painting my Vanguard vets, and getting the assault intercessors, which do look really cool, I'm a fan. I love their knuckle dusters. Yeah, I'll switch over to Stormlands. It's really nice how they made it so you're not tied. Your rules are not tied to your sub faction anymore. On one hand, it's a little bit of personality loss. On the other hand, it actually allows any sub faction player to actually be good at the game, at least from a rules perspective. You're not auto screwed. Sai looking at his IRL stats, auto screwed.
Yeah, I had to mute my mic for a bit there because the fire truck was turning right at the corner of my place.
Yeah, no,
Blaring as shit.
I heard a little bit of it, but also Sai looking at his IRL stats, auto screwed.
Yeah.
I do like how they made White Scar's bikers relevant. Or just any bikers relevant. The Outriders in the Invader ATVs were the most like mid-nonsense, I hate this, when I was going through the index cards. Because it's like, you get max advance as your special rule, but then you can't shoot your guns, and you can't charge.
Cringe.
Right. But the thing is, Outriders are technically better at melee than shooting. So if you take the Stormlands Task Force, you can't advance and charge. You get your absolute max movement possible, and then charge. Or you can take the Firestorm one, the Salamence one I said that I'm taking, and then you get all your weapons get the assault keyword and +1 strength within 12 inches. So now you can advance with your max, full 6 inches advance every time and still shoot. And now your shooting is strength 5, -1, rerolling wounds gives it twin linked. I think it's only like 2 shots, but still. You get your guns. And I think there's other ways you can give them advance and charge anyway. Well, actually, if that attachment, I'm not certain, but you at least be able to shoot and do drive-bys.
Alright. I'm gonna head out of here for the night.
Yeah, I was just cleaning up. I'm gonna jump off too. I need to get food and water. I'm parched. And I will be I ran out of water like an hour and a half ago.
Alright, I'll see you around.
See ya. As for everyone watching, I should be back on camera tomorrow. I'm really trying to do the 6 nights a week streaming minimum, if not also some afternoons when possible. So I should be back tomorrow, and then I should be back Saturday. And then I'll be off on Sunday, and then yeah, we're just trying to get as much cam time as we can. We want to grow this real hard, so like either this contract or next contract is probably next contract is the last like big website one I potentially have to do if I'm lucky. Sophia, are you still there, or you did I tick you off? Did you decide you hate me? He ruined all my plans. He made too many good points. I don't know if I fell asleep. I don't know. Would you watch me on YouTube? Where's my YouTube stats? Oh, you might still be here. Oh, my stats say you are still here. Speak, you troglodyte. How dare the use a knight? Alright, well, they're lurking. I'm gonna go. Catch everyone next time. Why was I not playing background music the whole time? I don't know.